You are.
Here's a job.
Where is the energy coming?
Later in each.
It was Higgs first.
Oh. No. I think the energy goes.
Or do I have it backwards?
Down here.
Okay. Well, good morning to everyone here and those of you out in Zoom land. I see that we have a quorum. We have also, in addition to the four we have here, we have Matt online. And somebody need, oh, yeah, okay. Recorded, good. All right, the regular. We're
Oh, there's just something was starting at 9 AM, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's been.
welcome. The Thursday, August 13, 2026, regular meeting of the San Miguel County Planning Commission shall now commence. As noted, we have a quorum. And we're ready to get started. So approval of minutes. Step up. June and July, as it turned out.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Matt?
I'll sit out the late July meeting because I wasn't there, but aye for the June.
Okay. Half an affirmative. We'll take it. Brad?
Well, I don't think I was in the July meeting, so.
Okay.
Grab that mic.
Yeah. So I probably should abstain from this.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, minutes have been approved with no changes. Thank you. First up, we have a work session on the land use code amendment for subdivision. Is that true? We're doing that first?
Well, just, a few updates on, stuff.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So the, natural resources, code amendment, all three sections, forestry, oil and gas and geothermal, went out, for review on Monday.
Bless you.
And, we'll have that on the September 10th agenda. What else do we have on September?
Potentially subdivisions, but.
Oh, potentially, yeah, if all goes well today on subdivisions, we'll have that on there as well, so. We'll see how that goes. We're working on the housing code update, latest draft right now. We don't know when we would be having the next round of meetings on those just yet. Just trying to work our way through it and make sure that we're close to having it all, pretty much
Mhm.
ready.
Do we have a stakeholder meeting scheduled yet?
We haven't scheduled one, no.
Okay. All right. Okay, any questions for staff? I'll note that we're pleased to welcome Brad Johnson to our ranks as our second alternate. Nothing really junior about it, but
No.
and Brad, you have planning experience, yes?
Yeah, I do. And thank you for the welcome and really appreciate the opportunity to serve the community on the commission. Prior to my move to Colorado, I was the chair of our city's planning commission. And we had just completed the city portion of the regional alignment for our 2050 comprehensive plan. So very recent, very in the weeds, very in-depth action on the commission side, working with professional staff to make many code amendments, draft our citywide comprehensive plan in alignment with a rather large metropolitan area. No small feat, aligning with state, regional, county,
Really?
and local.
Mhm.
And aside from that, I also work in the infrastructure industry. So I presently work for a company that does fault detection on grids to prevent wildfires, system reliability issues, stuff like that. So
Okay, so given that experience, you're going to hit the ground running, right?
I hope so.
And having been a former chair, I look forward to your tips.
Oh, I will, I'll be happy to
I'm
offer.
sort of new at this.
Oh,
so-
yeah. Well, I understand you've been at this a while, so, yeah, I'm looking forward to learning some of the differences here, from where I've have
That'll be
experience.
intriguing.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
What size?
Roughly 9,300 residents and primarily a rural community. So our design pattern was defined as rural residential. A lot of surface water protection issues, natural resource, wildlife, but then also combining housing affordability and some of the push-pull on being in the urban-rural interface.
Wow,
So
where
we
did you
have
guys
figured
find this
that
guy?
better now.
Convex urban.
Yep. Yeah, I've had, people are saying, "Oh, you're moving up to rural." I said, "I've had black bear in my backyard, bucks fighting each other in the woods and that kind of thing."
Yeah.
So it's familiar.
Well, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Let's get to work.
Right.
John, you ready?
Yep, let me share my screen.
You know, Fletcher did tell me a couple of weeks ago that he wasn't going to be here today.
Where I was supposed to be gone June.
Allie might be dropping kids.
That's probably what's happening. Off at daycare, just to be specific there.
I'm trying a new screen, or not a new screen, but
Using the Google Slides instead of PowerPoint.
yes,
Hmm.
there we go. Okay, thanks, Commission, for your patience. We are before you today to discuss a land use code amendment in a work session setting for major and minor subdivisions and condominium plats. The purpose of today's work session is to review at a high level major and minor subdivisions and a subdivision exemption process for condominium and townhouse plats. Subdivision and, oh, are we not moving?
This is going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Let's see. It's not- No, so we're gonna have to. Go ahead and stop your share. We'll just open it up to something else. You have it in folder? Okay. Your old hat.
Okay, an administrative question while we're waiting. Does the newly revamped Telluride Times, is that combined with the Norwood Post?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, they no longer publish the Norwood Post. There's a few pages in there is supposed to be devoted to
Like an
Norwood.
insert? Mhm.
So, yeah, for publication wise, we're only publishing in one paper now.
Right. Okay, just want to make sure about that. I see slide 2.
Okay.
All right.
Subdivision and site design standards are to regulate how parcels of land are divided into developable lots and how these lots are subsequently designed and laid out through the development process. Ultimately, getting through to a finished subdivision with the plats and with the final decision documents. The major subdivisions, which would be a new classification in the code for San Miguel County, include the submission of a sketch plan. It's basically the same process as what we generically called subdivisions, which show the basic lot layout and provisions for public infrastructure, and subsequent drafting of more detailed preliminary plat indicating building blueprints and specific measurements, and then culminating in a final plat that creates new lots. Abbreviated procedures are proposed for minor subdivisions that involve the creation of just a handful of lots. Site design standards are related and define the basic parameters for development on individual lots, including maximum or minimum lot size, how buildings are situated on a lot, traffic and circulation patterns, including access, pedestrian connectivity, preservation of open areas on the site, and avoidance of hazardous areas in and around the site. Our current land use code combines subdivisions and PUDs and assumes all subdivisions are also PUDs. Currently there is no provision for smaller subdivisions except for subdivision exemptions. We propose to provide standards for subdivisions that are not PUDs. The first major subdivisions would be a new classification within the subdivision regulations. It would establish minimum standards for all land divisions, resulting in a total of 5 or more lots, and it would be housed in section 5-1410. The PUDs are housed in section 5-1400. We propose to augment the application material requirements, the explanation of review procedures for each review steps, i.e. sewage disposal. Fortunately, I lost my speaker notes, but so I'm just going to wing this. We are adding, just for example, under sewage disposal, more intricate guidelines for an applicant to follow and to prove to the Planning Commission and to the Board of County Commissioners that septics can be used on a certain site, or that a system-wide unit for the subdivision could be used, and requiring just more detailed submission requirements for that. And also requiring, similarly, also for wells, requiring just not saying that we're going to use wells on the property, but actually providing some more detailed specifications that wells would actually work on this site. Major subdivisions would be subject to a 5-step review procedure. There is sketch plan, which includes a Planning Commission public hearing and a Board of County Commissioner public meeting. The purpose of a sketch plan is to provide a conceptual overlook of a subdivision, gives an applicant the opportunity to introduce the Planning Commissions and the Board of County Commissioners to the subdivision site, how many lots they're proposing, and also gives the public an opportunity to comment on, the various application submissions that have been received, and just it gives the public the first glance and the boards the first glance. More detailed plans are then expected and received at the preliminary plan. This includes a public meeting and a Board of County Commissioner hearing. And then finally, our goal with a major subdivision would be to go to a final plat, which is a BOCC public hearing, and have prepared the final plat, the improved subdivision improvement agreements, covenants, restrictions on lots, everything that will be, if approved, would be recorded within 180 days after any approval by the Board of County Commissioners. There are more stringent review standards, and we're actually adding review standards for the first time for subdivisions. We had basically some submission requirements and some procedural requirements, but we hadn't had actual standards that we could say, well, you need to at least, written in the code, or that we hadn't garnered from the PUD portion of our code. And those include consistency with the master plan, conformance with the land use code amendment, spatial pattern efficiency, which includes making sure that utilities to the proposed site are able to serve this project. Is the site suitable for development? Is the design proposed by the applicant efficient? Is it compatible with the neighborhood uses? And are they proposing adequate facilities? And are there adequate facilities with police and fire protection to serve the sites? If we go and go ahead and approve amendments for major subdivisions, there would also need to be updates to Articles 3 and 4 that I'm sure you saw in the packet seem to occupy about 75% of the reading, and there's just a lot of I's and a lot of T's to cross to, bring the application forward. This is brand new, minor subdivisions. It would be to establish minimum standards for all land divisions, resulting in a total of 4 or fewer lots in section 5-1420. A note, we researched other counties that have minor subdivision regulations. 4 is the most common number used in those counties. 8 out of 12 of the counties surveyed use 4, but they can vary anywhere from 3 to 8. We propose to establish application material requirements and review procedures, and those include this is going to be a much more truncated review process, which you might think we would have with a much smaller impact subdivision, and that would include plats, which could be rough plats to the Planning Commission and a finished plat to the Board of County Commissioners. Some of the submission requirements are similar to major subdivisions, but a little less stringent on the type of review and application requirements presented. The review process would be a 2-step review, which would be a county planning commission public meeting and a Board of County Commissioner hearing. Review standards, very similar to the major subdivisions, which would include conformance with the master plan, consistency with the land use code. Is the site suitable for development? Is there proper access? Can they produce water and sewer on the site as long as with other utilities? Is it an efficient design? Are they doing flag lots, or are they, how are they proposing to divide up the land? And is this type of subdivision, is it compatible with the neighborhood uses surrounding it? And are they able to provide adequate facilities? Is it close enough to fire and police protection? And similar things that we would ask for a major subdivision. Also, like major subdivisions, there would be a number of related amendments to Articles 3 and 4. Another new regulation is condominium and townhouse plats. There is a need, especially within the towns, but also within the unincorporated county area, when we have condominium and townhouse plats, we have not had an opportunity to review those currently. And we would be able to establish minimum standards for all types of division of land for condominium maps and plats in section 5-1215. Application material requirements and review procedures are very similar to other subdivision exemption plats. Subdivision exemptions are subject to a 1-step BOCC public hearing, and we would be looking mainly that, is this condominium plat, is it consistent with the subdivision or PUD plat? Is it consistent with the PUD if one was created? And does it conform to the land use code? Are they adding any activities that were approved or not approved in the development agreement and the like. There are related amendments also to Articles 3, 4, and 7. We're also adding the definitions for major subdivisions, which we discussed, which would be the subdivision of land resulting in the creation of 5 or more lots, any of which is less than 35 acres in size. As you might be aware, the subdivisions that are greater than 35 acres do not need to come to the county and are just recorded with the county clerk and recorder. And minor subdivisions are the subdivision of land resulting in the creation of no more than 4 lots, any of which is less than 35 acres in size. We also develop a definition for condominium, which is consistent with a system of property ownership in which an individual holds fee simple title to a specific unit, often a cubicle of airspace within a multi-unit structure, while simultaneously holding an undivided interest in common areas and facilities. And this was really just an introduction, but would love to hear any feedback you have on, specific portions of the regulations proposed. And I've put a proposed schedule on, but a lot of that is incumbent on the feedback received today, and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My first question is, would this be the same across the county? I understand we would review based on like the local master plan in each area, but is this proposed for countywide?
Yes, countywide.
Okay. And then you were talking about having more specific review standards for sewage and water.
Yes.
Are you looking at doing that in other development application areas also, other than subdivisions?
At this point, I just had included it for this particular review. I'm trying to think of other applications that we would require this in.
Like a PUD or something. I guess I think it's like one of the areas where we've had stuff before where there's quite a lot of subjectivity about whether it reaches the threshold of being adequate or not, what the applicant is telling us about what they can provide. And so it's interesting to me that in this area, you're looking at getting more specific. So I was just wondering if that was a direction you guys are going more generally.
Like if it should be applied to the PUD process also?
Right. I mean, we've had applications where we've had to just take it on their word, and it's up to us to decide whether that's sufficient or not. So yeah, I'm just curious, because in my experience, it's one of those areas where there's a lot of room for us to kind of decide whether it's adequate.
That's a good pickup. We'll make sure that it also applies to PUDs, and it's important, especially at such when we're talking about more higher quantity than just one lot, that they are able to provide the specificity of
Yeah, that was a good pickup.
what they're going to provide, because people are going to be dependent upon that after an approval rather than potentially the developer. As far as possibly looking at this for special, are you thinking special use permits
I
or?
mean, what comes to mind immediately is Diamond Ridge, where we had to decide whether what they were telling us was adequate. I know that's not what we're talking about here, but in that case, it was like a fairly major development, and it was up to us to decide whether.
Yeah, and that was at the rezone level.
Okay, so I guess rezoning would be another example of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
I mean, this could inform our review of that. I'm trying to think of like for community housing and other types of reviews.
Yeah, we do have a criteria in, some criteria in community housing that says that water and wastewater infrastructure is available and adequate or
Yeah.
will be developed.
Yep.
it's a matter of, uh, developing the plans, whether they're creating a new system or tying into an existing system.
Yeah.
And, yeah, at the rezone level, it tend to be, it's conceptually feasible.
Yeah,
And then the development side, that's where we need the actual plans, designs, engineering.
I'm not trying to get us off track. I just am curious whether this, I'm not even saying I think it should become a more stringent way of looking at things. I'm just curious.
Yeah. And, yeah, I'm looking in the draft amendment and, we've got the PUD section in there. And, yeah, I'm seeing a decided lack of, mention of infrastructure. And, we certainly, have room that we could add something into PUDs.
Well, that, you know,
Yeah.
okay. That leads me to kind of a larger question. If we enact this major subdivision, basically along the lines of what you've outlined here, what's the difference between a major subdivision and a PUD?
So PUD, you're looking at, probably, you can vary from the dimensional standards. Of, or the lack thereof. Like we did on Society Turn, that was a PUD, whereas, you'll remember, LaSalle, Vista subdivision was purely the division of land. They were creating lots, they were putting in infrastructure, that's all they were doing, they weren't doing, any of the, they weren't going outside the code.
Okay, yeah, so it gives you a sort of a larger platform to negotiate specifics.
Is it maybe a way to think of it as a structured way to, instead of all these variances, it's a structured way to say, we're gonna vary from what's by right in this structured way, kind of a package versus a whole bunch of exceptions?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of what.
That's a good description. Okay, there are two evaluation criteria areas that I keep leaning toward. One is to make sure that we have the ability to assess certainly a major on the basis of cumulative impacts. And, for us, that basically means roads, fire, water, the infrastructure stuff. But it came up again and again in the East End master plan work. And I think that it's worth having a mechanism to look at that. And then the other is one that I keep coming back to, and that is particularly for a PUD perhaps, because that's likely to be more commercial, but some form of economic assessment or understanding. Again, hearkening back to our Society Turn experience, I was really struck by when we were talking about densities and employee housing and ratios and so forth and so on. We had nothing to go on except the applicant's numbers. And certainly the applicant certifies that these are, they stand by their numbers, but they're their numbers. And I keep wondering if there's a way for us to have something like a congressional budget office for the county, not for everything, obviously, but for some bit, if they have a big project, shouldn't we be able to take a look at the economics of it somehow?
And do you mean how it affects the county or?
How it impacts the account, yeah, how it might impact the county or the area economically. And again, it's for large stuff. It's not for subdivisions.
Yeah, and in that case, the applicant did provide an economic assessment that not everybody agreed with. Since we don't have an overarching economic development arm,
Hard to do.
a little hard to do, but
I'll keep it on my wish list. And I'll note, so as not to disparage the numbers that we were given for that particular project. They were based on the state's demographic and economic expectations. They didn't come out of thin air. It's just, that's all we had to work with. That's all. Okay. Other questions? I can keep going. Hallie's here. She can help.
Sorry, I thought it was 9:30. This back and forth was killing me.
I have a few notes I took down, if
Have
I
at it.
like. All right, so just in general, I think the idea of separating out the minor and major subdivisions is really great. Because I think of, minor subdivisions as a family subdividing a larger plot for their kids or their grandkids to be able to live. And, that's not typically driven by economic factors, it's driven by cohesion of a family. So I think this is great in general. I'll just echo that the assessment of the 4-lot line makes a lot of sense. And in my experience, always seemed to be logically right where it was the difference between, to your point, a high impact division of land versus something that's a low impact division of land. So that 4-lot between a major and a minor, I've seen work very well. And the 2-step process as well. And same thing, sketch plan review. So many small little details that can be caught before the final presentation of an application packet, caught in a conversation versus a hearing, makes it so much easier for staff and for us and for the person subdividing. So just a lot of really just general great feedback. But a couple of questions. 51421I it talks about previously platted or subdivided lots. So my question there, it relates to what you'll see primarily like in Wrights Mesa, where you have these large subdivisions. They're all 40 acres. And this may be just a lack of familiarity for me, but for example, when Bill Nix divided up the various Gurley areas, those are all 35+ acre lots. Would that fall above or below the line based on using the previously subdivided as the delineator?
So the creation of, excuse me a moment.
Yep.
The creation of 35-acre parcels is not a subdivision under state law. It is a land division. We
Okay.
use the term subdivision, but that's not technically correct.
Okay.
So if a lot was created by a 35-acre land division, and that could be done by deed or by filing a plat with the
Okay.
clerk, we don't consider that subdivided.
Okay.
So if a area has been previously subdivided, say for example, ski ranches, just to
Yeah.
stir them up. If somebody came in and wanted to split a couple of lots to create, another 3 lots, that would be a major subdivision, because that's already subdivided.
As is, excuse me, as is today, that would be considered a major subdivision?
Yes, even if you're creating just a couple of lots.
Like one lot divided in half.
Yep,
Major
that's still a major subdivision, because it is you're already above that 4-lot threshold. Now, if you're a PUD, and we saw this as Lawson Hill went through its phases, Lawson Hill set out, all these different areas. And most of them were assigned letters. So you got the R lots and the Q lots down in Ilium, you got the C lots up in Upper Lawson and all the alphabet in between. Because it was a PUD, what they came through as they then laid out the individual lots is they did substantial PUD amendments to create those. But we also saw in a few cases where they came in and the developer didn't want to go through the 2-step PUD, substantial PUD amendment process. So instead they did condominiums, which had no review. And as a result, there's some funkiness.
Mhm.
Well, so in this particular case, though colloquially, we might say it's a subdivision. That's just how we're referring to how we clerked it through our process. But in the eyes of the code change, if they were able to prove water adequacy, surface water treatment system adequacy, and all the other things that make it low impact, those would not be subject to this subdivision requirement because
They would still have to do that.
would they be a minor though in that case, not a major?
We still look at the total number of lots that they're creating.
Yeah, okay.
So if the parent parcel plus the new lots equals 4 or less.
Yep.
It's a minor subdivision.
Okay.
Parent parcel plus the new lots equals 5 or more, then it's a major subdivision.
Okay.
And then within that, the criteria are just looking at, are the facilities and services adequate? Is this a good design for the
Yep.
site? Traffic impacts, all of wildlife impacts, all of those stuff.
So I think then my feedback on that would be if there's a way to clarify, just because there's kind of that language that's out in the community, state defined versus kind of how we refer to things, to say that, if it's already been subdivided or is greater than 35,
Yeah.
thinking about level of impact.
We actually have that 35-acre language already
Okay.
in the code.
Okay.
And it's in state statute.
Okay,
so,
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, okay,
And just to understand, if you want to know if land is subdivided, look at the plat, because it will clearly state in the title if it's a subdivision.
Okay.
Mm.
And if you have a 35-acre land division where every single lot is 35 acres or more, and they put subdivision in the title, then the surveyor's not very good.
And that is exactly the scenario that I'm wondering is how do we make it so it's clear? So if our planning professionals get an application, it's like, oh, surveyor put subdivision and that's not
We're-
a subdivision.
We're totally catching that.
Cool.
Yeah,
Alright.
we know the
Yeah,
law.
know those guys.
Go ahead.
However, when we have a minor subdivision capability, would a lot that's inside a subdivision be able to subdivide? Because this is something the housing group wants.
Mm.
Yeah,
Say that one more time. If we have a what inside a what?
If there's a 20-acre lot in Ski Ranches that wants to follow our push towards housing and do a minor subdivision to put 3 units in his front yard, he won't be able to do that. Now, we know that it would be subject to the DRB and whatever else the HOA itself has in place, but
I
The
think
way the SSR is handling that is we're allowing exceptions to rules if there are deed restrictions in place.
mhm.
So perhaps there's a way to do that kind of a carve out.
not really, when it comes down to land divisions, we shouldn't be carving out as to whether or not it's deed restricted or not. We need to, have a consistent set of rules. We need to look into, with PUDs, once the PUD is approved, like we had with Lawson, they came in then and, created lots through a major subdivision or major PUD amendment process.
Mhm.
So that's how the Q lots got created. They came through, they platted, laid out all those. That was a 2-step process. We can look at whether or not there's possibly do a major subdivision amendment. Wherein additional lots can be created, in which case you have to go back and look at how much density is left over from the original subdivision. If they didn't use up all their density in the original subdivision, then yes, we could create more lots. And we could set out a way to make it be a 2-step major subdivision amendment. But you can't nest a minor subdivision inside a major subdivision. Once it's a major subdivision, that's
It
what it
is.
is.
What about nesting a major subdivision inside a minor subdivision?
No.
That's
well,
what we're saying will happen.
It'll be, so say you've got a fairly big parcel and you carve it up into 4. And then you want to turn it into 50. you'll be going through the major subdivision process to create that 50. And it's just a matter of, lots 1 through 4, major subdivision. Replatting lots 1 through 4, minor subdivision into.
So the new subdivision capability would only be applicable outside of existing subdivisions in the rest of the county.
Everything else would be major,
Yeah.
which is a 5-step process.
Is there a process to say, for example, you have a major subdivision that, let's say 400 acres, they subdivide 200 of it into a smaller design pattern, and they have a 200-acre outlot. So it's not been divided up, it's reserved for future planning, et cetera. Would they be able to chafe off that 200-acre outlot to do a minor subdivision, say into 450-acre lots or something along those lines?
So it all depends on how they set it up.
Okay.
So say they had the 400 acres.
Yep.
And if before they did their subdivision of the 200 acres, they did a split by deed. And the 200 acres was just simply its own tract.
Yep.
And then they did the major subdivision on the other 200 acres. Not that we have a parcel that big divided. But they come in and they do their major subdivision on that. Using the density that is available for that 200 acres only.
Yeah.
If they decide they want to use the density of the other 200 acres and put a whole bunch of small lots over there, then that remaining piece would be listed on the plat as an outlot for the purpose of conservation.
Okay. And then that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And then, it's, I guess, a procedural question. Mylars, I had a conversation with our planning director for our staff. We have a contractor about Mylars and the city administrator, and they both kind of rolled their eyes like, oh, yeah, we got these big file cabinets. Is that a state policy or is that a county policy to do Mylars? I know that there's kind of a historical standard to the irrefutability of a Mylar, but.
Yeah, that comes from statute.
Okay.
That the plat has to be prepared on a Mylar. There's a lot of requirements for signatures and such, and we haven't evolved to doing all electronic
Okay.
signatures. And so as they look to attest from her experience just this week, even getting those sometimes goes a little bit awry.
Yeah.
That's for you to tell.
There's a certain order in which signatures have to be done.
Mhm.
And it goes to the county clerk, they record it. And we don't keep the Mylars here once they're recorded.
Okay.
Back to, yeah.
Okay.
If they want it, yeah.
Okay.
So they become digital once we record them, but up until we get them recorded, we have to have the actual physical copy.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of standards coming from the state to surveyors telling them what has to be on a plat. It even gets into what your font sizes are and all, there's a whole section in our code about, establishing monuments.
Yeah.
It's for that reason that when we have subdivisions, they are reviewed by our county surveyor.
I had just one more and then maybe a.
Go ahead.
Okay, in 5-1422H, I see. So that's a fairly subjective line about, alignment with infrastructure to lead to the point you were making about availability of power infrastructure, roadways, et cetera.
Mhm.
And having seen a lot of flag lot applications that just didn't make a lot of sense. Is this a case of where, let's say that you had not quite a piano key lot, but something similar, so tall and skinny, and it made more sense from an infrastructure perspective to do a shared driveway easement to serve it as it's being horizontally divided? Would something like that, where assuming it meets, fire protection district access, the grade of, and so on and so forth, would be deemed adequate? Or are we talking about really pushing towards frontages to, county right of way those sorts of things. I've seen where the requirement was, yes, you could do shared driveway, but you're gonna deed a right of way should that road ever need to be improved by the county or something like that.
It's kind of a case by case basis. We have no requirement that every lot must have a county road frontage.
Okay.
And we do not want every lot to have a direct access to our county roads. You will see the flag lots created when you have properties that are, have a lot of terrain.
Mhm.
And, limited buildable area. So they'll have their small area, fairly narrow, close in, to the, kind of clustered around in the more buildable areas. And then they have these flags that go on and up a mountain. We see those a lot, especially in the 35-acre land divisions, where they just kind of spread all over the place. And they're trying to, create the most buildable lots that they can with the land, the terrain that they've got. And we allow shared driveways. If they're serving 3 lots or more, they have to meet the county road standards. And if there are times when it might become in a subdivision, it might be a county road. But quite frankly, our practice with most of our subdivisions have been that they are privately maintained roads.
Right.
So a little bit of variance. I mean, we haven't had a lot of subdivisions in the last 35, 40 years.
Okay.
We have a few that the county maintains, and we have more than a few that the subdivision is responsible for maintaining.
And the last thing is, Lee, you talked about cumulative impact, and I think that's a really good call out. And I wonder if, aside from the economic portion of it, from an engineering and infrastructure perspective of it, is there, when in the process of the sketch plan or planning commission hearing, would we see things like staff memos or engineering reports, so that we could say qualitatively, yes, somebody who has a background in this has looked at it and said, yeah, this makes sense for water access, or yeah, they did a perk test or something like that, and they have enough, soil condition, all this, or are we, I think the question was just kind of going, yeah, seems legit. Is there any point where
No, we get
Preliminary.
So
resources.
Okay.
So every single land development project that comes to you, or legislative, like, code amendments, they will always have a staff report analyzing describing the application and analyzing how it meets the standards. And we do that at every single step.
Okay, perfect.
So for example, at some point, we're going to get a letter from a traffic engineer that tells us what his predictions or her predictions are for that particular development.
And that'll be in the application, but then also in the staff report that comes with that item will be, helping you understand what that is.
And you have a slew of experts that you pull in when you need them, right? I know there's
If
a civil
necessary.
engineer we've pulled in for driveways and excavation review and that sort of things.
Yeah, we have I think a half dozen engineers on our list with various expertise to help out. And then, also, I mentioned the county surveyor. Anytime we're doing anything with a plat, whether it's a subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment, all the way up to a PUD, the county surveyor is seeing it every single step.
John, or probably John, maybe Kay, when we're assessing site suitability for the PUD and the major, and I guess also for the minor, I suppose, that could include factors such as parking, or as you were saying, Kay, road access, driveway access. Those are things that we would be thinking about in that site suitability.
Also
Category.
geologic hazards,
Right.
you have
Wetlands.
cliff, nearby or something like that.
Mhm.
I mean, that's a big one that I think of. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And, this is a larger question, Kay, but I've always wondered why the planning commission doesn't review the final plat before the county commissioners do.
Final plat is just details. It's checking to make sure that all the details of the approval are met.
Mhm.
And that everything is on that plat, in the plat notes that's supposed to be there. And then, you know, if there's a subdivision, if there's a subdivision improvements agreement, that meets the requirements. We actually have a sample SIA in our land use code that they can use.
Right.
If there's a development agreement like we get for the PUDs, so there's a whole stack of documents sometimes as the project gets more complex that we're going through, but it's largely just technical in terms of signing off on that.
All right. I've always felt like that's also the last opportunity for the public to comment on the project. And that
And
sometimes they certainly
They
do.
did.
Yes, indeed.
That
Well,
was a 7-hour meeting.
Oh, goodness.
not that I'm, anxious to sign us up for that, but
Yeah, it really is. It's intended to be a technical step.
okay.
Just.
I'm wondering, so we've seen applications where the applicant is asking for a PUD and a rezone, and they ask for it, it kind of happens concurrently. Would that happen here too if they wanted to rezone? So it wouldn't be additional to the 5 steps of a major subdivision?
Correct.
I
And
think they can separate it if they want to,
Mhm.
correct?
They can, with PUDs and things that are in the 5-step process, the rezone usually happens with the preliminary. It could happen at sketch. It can go either way, it just depends on the timing. Somebody, they could also come in, and ask for their rezone totally before, and do it totally separate, so.
But here too, if a developer did not want to add to those 5 steps, they could do it concurrently.
They could, yes.
Here's-
Yes, and they couldn't rezone after. The rezone has to come before or
Interesting. That's right. Yeah. So what about a minor?
same.
Mhm.
If that rezone is relying on a new zone district
Mhm.
to get their lot size, their density, whatever, they have to either do their rezone before or concurrent.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Anything else?
I apologize, I got in here late, so I didn't hear your explanation, and I may have already missed someone else asking this question, but on the SSR, we're really looking at trying to streamline development, in particular for deed restricted homes. And so we have these density bonuses that we're offering, in particular for the lower density 35-acre parcels to be carved up into 5 lots. If you subdivide into 5 lots and then meet these density bonuses with deed restrictions, you can go through a 2-step process for review. I know you know this. That's what our current SSR recommendation will be to the planning commission.
So,
So my question is, if we're allowed to subdivide into 5 lots as a density bonus for 2-step review and approval of a project, should we not align our subdivisions to allow minor subdivisions into 5 lots also? To, in keeping with the same philosophy, expedite review?
yeah, we don't have anything in the draft housing code update that specifies 5 lots. We have minimum lot sizes.
Right, 7
And,
acres.
Ranging from, anywhere from 2,500 square feet up to 7 acres, depending on your zone district and where you're at in the tiers.
Mhm.
But we don't have anything that specifies the number of lots.
Correct,
We have density and we have lot size.
right, but
So
those
it's
add
really
up
gonna-
to 5 7-acre lots on average for a low
Yeah.
density.
Well, it depends on what the original size of the lot is.
Okay, you've seen the same tables I have.
Yeah.
You know
Um,
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know, but it all depends on what the lot is, we talk about a hypothetical 35-acre lot.
Yes,
And how that maps out, and that can come, if it's an average of 7 acres per lot, then yes, that maps out to 5.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean that there's going to be 5.
that's true, but if someone wanted to use those tables to max out their density and subdivide into their maximum allowable density and lot size on a 35-acre parcel, it would math out to 5 lots. So, in keeping with that philosophy that we've been discussing at the SSR for months now, why would we not follow suit here and allow 5 lots instead of only 4?
I'll also offer that the SSR has bankers and developers on the team. And so, their voices are very valuable. And there was a bit of a consensus that 5 lots means one spec home that helps pay for affordable housing units.
That's one philosophy. It's not necessarily 5 7-acre lots, but that would be your average density. So it could be 1 large lot and 4 small ones. It could be 3 average ones and 2 small ones. Like there's different ways to carve it out. But the math works out to up to 5 lots.
Yeah, and, we don't, yeah, but I'm still saying we don't have anything in the draft code that stipulates 5 lots. It's just as an example, that's how the math works.
Right.
So, I mean, we could. It's 5, well, maybe we go to 6, maybe we go to 8. It really depends on what the parent parcel size is. And how the density and such gets divided up. And
Well, we're just working off of 2 different standards that aren't exactly aligned. And one is the typical state within the state is 4 lots for a minor subdivision. And because we're focused on housing, the SSR wants to recommend 5, but
Can I ask you a question on the 4 versus 5? Sorry,
go ahead.
because I think I'm kind of sussing out what you're saying here. Like, so 4 versus 5. So there's tradition and practical implication, right? So tradition says a lot of people are using 4 as a line, and I think that's actually very typical. Is it 4 versus 5 because there's a practical difference between the two, or is it that 60 years ago somebody said 4 and everybody said that seems good and copied it, and that's become policy by tradition versus practical implication? So the question really would be, is there a practical difference between 4 and 5? And if we look to harmonize our code, and if the recommendation becomes 7 acres, the practical implication is 35 is a floor by statute for water availability, which is a resource. Would it make sense for us to consider 5 as that line? Because you have these 2 different things kind of coming together all at once. So if there's a practical difference between the 2, then let's talk about that. But if there isn't, and this is an opportunity to simplify and harmonize, then perhaps this is where we say, equal to or greater than 35 is 5, less than 35 is 4. And then, it's another line in the code, but perhaps this is
Specifically the less than 35 that we're looking at with the SSR. So we're looking at subdividing, and we're using 35 acres as a basis because that is what our base zone density is for the low density of the forestry, those acres.
And so is it below 35 or is it equal to or greater than? Because if it's equal to or greater than, then the math you bring up makes sense. But if it's less than 35, then there's no practical difference between a 4 and a 5.
yeah, so we've got the 35-acre minimum lot size without having some sort of water service. And then at a certain point, as the lots get smaller, then sewer service kicks in.
Right.
In terms of 4 versus something else, some states it's statutory for 4. And that's something that's just kind of been adopted, by the planning practice. So there definitely is some tradition in there.
Sure.
To go with 4. Colorado's silent on that. And like John found through his research, the majority of the counties that he looked at had 4. And some had more. But we definitely, we have that 35-acre default because as a minimum lot size without subdivision. because that does come from the state.
Mhm.
But there's absolutely nothing in our code that requires the division, or proposed in our code, that requires the division, the creation of 5 lots. That's just how the math works out on a hypothetical lot.
Right.
And-
And therefore, as I said, to align with the philosophy coming from the SSR, which is to encourage faster accelerated review of these deed restricted lots, they can go through a 2-step process. And for low density zoning, that works out to 7 acre parcels on average, which works out to 5 lots on a 35 acre parcel. Therefore, as what's your name? I'm sorry.
Brad.
Brad, sorry, I haven't actually met you yet. As Brad pointed out, if we can bring those two philosophies together, I don't see why we wouldn't. Because the message we're getting from the SSR is to do affordable development, you need to be able to sharpen the pencil down to every penny. And if you have a 3 or 4 year project, you simply don't know what the costs will be 3 or 4 years from now. So really, for affordable housing, time is of the essence with planning. Therefore, if you're trying to subdivide and do affordable housing, a 5-step subdivision process is a real impediment to that. There are lots of impediments to that, as we've discussed, but why wouldn't we take every opportunity to bring our zoning and our density bonuses and our subdivision process in alignment?
I guess, let's take a poll. Would you guys?
Yeah, I was
prefer
just thinking that.
to Sit from 4 to 5.
Does everybody understand exactly what we're talking
Yeah.
about in terms of the question? Because I know we throw the initials.
I have a question about it.
Okay.
I don't understand. So what the SSR is proposing, that level of density would be a bonus because some portion of it would be deed restricted.
Yes.
Correct? In the process we're looking at, there's nothing that says any of it is necessarily affordable housing. Right?
Correct.
Right?
It's just land division.
Okay, so it's just a question about whether we want to align this possibility with that possibility.
Which again, hasn't technically come before the planning commission yet, but we did have our work session last week or 2 weeks ago, and we all agreed that that was going in the right direction.
Yeah, and the only point that where that would align is at tier 1 of the low density zone district. Everything above that wouldn't align, so, that's my point of, where do we stop and.
What do
You
you,
know,
what do you
is it-
mean wouldn't align, like medium density?
So if you had the hypothetical 35 acre lot at 7 units of density. Then that could divide into 5 lots.
Mhm.
But then as you move into the higher tiers with a greater amount of affordability, that number actually drops below 7. And then you get into the medium density zone and it's already below 7.
Yeah.
And then the high density and CH zones, you're very much below. So it's only at that one point in the chart where changing it from 4 to 5. If you had a 35 acre lot, that it would actually,
But that's the floor of the chart, kind of.
yeah.
And
But-
how many of those lots exist, you
That's
know?
what's my next question. It's
Fair
like, what
question.
are we really talking about now that we understand that? All the subdivisions that exist in the east end of the county can't be re-subdivided without it being major, no matter what. It can't qualify for this 2-step process. Where are we looking? Are we looking mostly at Wrights Mesa? Are we looking?
So, I mean, there are still some parcels within the east end. That could be divided. What size lot the owners want, if they want to try to go through major or minor. Really depends on the development plan.
Yeah.
And what they want to do, and then, there could be some in Wrights Mesa that are closer into the town.
Okay, so hearing all that, I guess I personally feel like we should in fact be encouraging in any way we can the possibility for affordable housing. And that might not even be deed restricted. I know that we've kind of come to this conclusion that short of deed restriction, nothing is going to create more affordable housing, but in talking to people in the community recently, I'm not totally convinced of that. I think we still have to be open to the possibility of like more affordable free market opportunities. And that landowners might be more willing to look at some of these processes if they don't have to put deed restrictions on their properties. So I'm in favor of making it more financially viable for people to look at doing those projects. So I would support the 5.
And let's keep in mind that the numbers we're throwing around are max numbers. Nobody's compelled to do a subdivision to 5. They can do 4 if they want to.
And they have to have the water, they have to have the sewer, so it doesn't change the review standards.
And with zoning, the applicable zoning controls density and setbacks.
Everything still applies.
Everything else still applies. Which would mean if we were to do that, just to note it, it would also mean that we'd have to go back to the PUD or major and raise that to 6, because
Yes.
that's a 5. Okay,
Ian,
Maybe this, I thought of this before.
right,
I thought of this before Joss made her comment, which is pretty interesting, and I was wondering whether there's an asterisk we could apply to saying, for instance, that if there is a deed restricted lot or more than one, then you can subdivide using those rules. And if not, it's 4. You can go up to 5. But the asterisk, if not, or is that complicating things too much?
Let's not do that.
Mhm.
Remember, this is,
Just checking.
subdivision is a procedure to create land that can be transferred as individual parcels. The rest of the zoning code is, where you use, get into what is happening on that property.
Okay, if that's the case, I don't see a big difference between 4 and 5, honestly.
Yeah, and I'm amicable to both. Today we're making a recommendation in a workshop setting for what our basis will be for our hearing process.
Mhm.
The SSR output, we're still a ways away from that, correct? Like,
in a month, we'll be seeing that, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, a month.
so we could say for today, and as a part of the change packet that comes out of the hearing process, could be amending it further to 5. Yeah, it's another publication and then another going to Muni code and changing things, etc. But there is a way to sweep the 5 into that if the output is, say, 7, stuff like that. But I also don't know that there's a practical difference between 4 and 5. So if we as a group decide a recommendation is, hey, practical implication on lots that size, 1 more house, assuming it meets other resource adequacy and infrastructure impacts, makes sense, then, either one makes sense. And if in 4 months, when hopefully we get some affordable applications, we find out there's a problem with it, and apologies to staff, we could go through the process again and amend the number up. It's kind of like if you're willing to grant variances, it should just be the code. So I guess to be the most wishy-washy new member, I could go.
yeah, you did good. Yeah, you landed right in the middle there. That's good.
Yeah.
Matt, what do you think?
I think going the 5 seems like it aligns with what the SSR set, is recommending, and
Mhm.
I don't view it as that big of a difference, so I'd be fine with 5, being the recommendation today.
Yeah, okay. I would,
A lot of it some of it just, if something is zoned community housing, if they go through a reason, or not a rezone, but a minor subdivision, you can have more than just 1 house on the lot. You could be talking up to
You'd be doing multifamily development.
15
Mhm.
a lot or an acre. So it just because it's 1 lot doesn't mean there's just 1 house on it.
Okay.
And that's where the condominium subdivision
Yeah.
part comes in.
Mm.
a very good point. And I think it was also generally recognized in the last SSR meeting that when you start talking about those kinds of densities, the likelihood of finding a private developer who wants to do that by him or herself is, shall we say, less than 50%. The assumption is that when we get into the higher densities and the more units, the house units, it's gonna be a public-private, or it's gonna be government doing it,
Yeah, or it's going to be a high density zone with
right?
mixed use development.
Right.
Um,
Right? Another Virginia Placer kind of a thing.
Well, the
Sort of.
last time high density zoning was used was Mountain Village.
There's that.
Had a property that they wanted to rezone to community housing. And they were trying to get this two-step, and so we're looking at 4 or 5 parcels. What in that application would kick it up to 5 steps? There are other things that would trigger more review or not.
The number of lots.
Yeah, so that
Every
they were
unit.
creating in excess of the number of lots allowed under the minor subdivision. Or if they were proposing any uses that required a PUD.
So when we go from 4 to 5, the practical difference is the maximum number of density per lot in the zone district that someone would be
It's still,
asking for.
it's still based on per acre, so if they have 100 acres. And they divide it into 25 acre parcels. You know, it's community housing, 15 to 20 units per acre. If they decide to do, if we kept it if we went to 5, so they could do 20 acre lots. Overall, the density, we're still looking at, the base density and how many units they can have.
So it doesn't actually increase the potential density.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Shall I ask another question?
So I
Did you get a sense?
that
Yeah,
Yeah.
take it from 4 to 5. Okay.
thanks. Yes, ma'am?
So I'm looking in the memo side of things. I'm on page 11 of the PDF. And again, I apologize for missing your explanation here, but condominium and townhouse plats will be a one-step BOCC review. Is that correct?
Yes.
So my first question is why one step? Why would that not come before the planning commission as part of a 2-step process? And then my second question is, again, from the SSR, there is a recurring theme that they want a limit on overall project size. So if you were to have 2,000 condominium and townhomes, is that still just a 1-step? Or do we want to put some kind of limit in keeping with the SSR limits? Like you can have condominium and townhomes up to 12 or something like that.
So they're still going to have to go through the land use code process to get that development approved.
Okay.
The question is, what's the ownership going to be like? Is it going to be owned by one landlord and rented out? Or are they going to be allowed to own it individually? So again, this is a manner of, or a method to figure out how the deed is transferred. So you're already gonna see the development and be, deciding, is this amount of development okay under whatever the zoning allows? And this is a technical look at the documents that they are using to transfer, to make sure that it's consistent with the zoning and to make sure that they're not sliding something in there that's inconsistent with the zoning. And I have seen that.
So when does this come up? Because I heard you a few minutes ago say, when we're doing subdivisions, that's how we carve up the land, not what it will be used for. Now condos and townhomes sound very much like what it will be used for. So when in the process does this show up?
So this will probably show up after they have it, well, it would definitely show up after they have their entitlement approval to actually develop the property. So going through the 1-step, 2-step, 5-step, whatever, however many steps it takes to get that project approved.
So they've already subdivided.
And they might have done a minor subdivision, say to, bring their big lot down into, 3, 4, 5 parcels. But then they're doing, townhome or multifamily, something like that. Higher density, and they want to make those individual units available for sale. So once they probably have their building permit issued and they're under construction, That's when they're preparing their condo map and their declarations. And we want to have eyes on those. We have not previously had
Mm.
any opportunity and so in the unincorporated county right now, condominium plats can be recorded without any county review at all.
I see.
Mm.
And it has been a gift that has kept on giving.
So the size of the project is already determined before they
And that has
go to
got
condo.
a 1-step, 2-step, or 5-step process.
So we've got the zoning, we've got the subdivision done, we've got the development plan is done. Now we're just figuring out ownership.
Yes.
And it makes sense to you to go BOCC for that.
Yeah, it's, you know, the subdivision exemptions are certain things that the state allows us to have subdivision exemptions whereby certain activities can occur with only a 1-step BOCC thing, lot line adjustments, lot line vacations. We have the some ability to create one lot here and there. If you're in the West End zone, I think you can create up to 3 lots. Just because the West End's kind of special. And there's some open lands planned. So this would go into the subdivision exemption category. It's not technically a subdivision. It's a way of amending or looking at, you know, adjusting a plat.
Got it.
And Hallie, I just wanted to put a finer point on that. I see 2 places where this will come up. When a developer is looking for a new development, right? They go through that development process, they go through the 2 or the 5-step process. They're building that multifamily unit and they know they want to sell that product immediately,
Mm,
right?
mhm.
And so they will bring that extra step to review the condominium plat to the county once they're kind of pretty firm. The
Mhm.
other one will be where there's existing multifamily,
Mm.
right? Maybe ownership has changed. Maybe somebody says, well, I do want to rent out 3 of these units, but I want to be able to sell 2 of them. If it was a 5-plex, they'd have an avenue to come in
Mm,
and
mhm.
say, let's just do a double check and make sure all the common use elements are appropriate.
Mhm.
And, you know, as Kay mentioned, at this point, we don't have the opportunity for review. And there are a few cases where people gone ahead and done that. And there's some maybe unintended consequences of those filings that we weren't able to check.
Yeah. And yeah, we've definitely, in the towns, we've definitely seen that with hotels.
Mm.
And, what's the one over on,
Hotel Telluride?
not Hotel Telluride, north of there.
Oh,
It used to be a Best Western Hotel.
Yeah.
really?
Tom
Back in
Tom
19
Quinn.
Yeah, Tom Boyd. Not to, Tom Boyd. Yeah, I think it's called Tom Boyd Lodge now. And Telluride Lodge. And in the 90s, they said, you know, we don't want to be a hotel anymore. We're gonna turn this into condos. And
That
so I
explains so much.
had to review the whole plat to make sure that it met zoning. And, you know, which ones were studios without full kitchens, which one were actual dwelling units.
Whoa.
I, you know, had one where it was a mixed use condo. And I flagged it because they were making their parking spaces limited common elements that were not tied to specific units, which would allow them to then sell their parking spaces separate from their units. So that's why we want to see things, is to make sure they're not doing something they shouldn't.
And is all that language then, for all the examples you just laid out, that's in here to support how you will review and approve those?
Yeah, this says that they have to comply with our code. That's what we're doing. We're checking for compliance with the code.
Yeah.
And making sure that there's nothing in there that contradicts our code.
That makes so much sense. Thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, that was good.
Can I keep going?
I've got it.
Anyone else can jump in, but I have more.
By all means.
I'm down on page 45 of the latest and greatest PDF, section 5-1414B, part 2. Proposed method of fire protection, including details regarding an adequate legal water supply for firefighting purposes. My question there is simply, do we also want to start throwing in language about wildfire mitigation and how they plan to do that, separate from, do you have fire hydrants and can your fire truck turn around? This is like, are you providing thinning of the forest and clearances around houses, and what is your wildfire mitigation plan?
So last week, the board adopted the wildfire areas land use code amendment.
Yep.
And that's specifically in the 1041 regulations. And the, when we're doing reviewing any development application, you know, whether it's an SUP or a subdivision or PUD, we're also referring to the 1041 regulations. And in there, it says we need a vegetation management plan. We know how you're gonna maintain. We need to know how you're gonna maintain vegetation on your open space and along the roads. And also, we want you to define the roads so that or design the roads so that you get ingress, egress. So we put that into the 1041 regs.
Exactly. Do we want to mention that here? Since we mentioned water, sewer, electric, do we want to mention wildfire mitigation just as a like, by the way, don't forget to go to your 1041.
Hallie, what number was that again? I'm sorry.
I'm in 5-1414B2. It could be in there or really anywhere.
It would make it easier to breadcrumb your way through the process if it just points you there. If I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
You know,
Cause then number 3 is other materials, which is where like that would show up. But if it just says like you need water, sewer, fire, wildfire, boom, boom, boom. There's your
We can do
list.
that.
I like that.
Like that.
So that would apply here, and then also it'd be in major and in minor that I have the same comment. In other materials, do we want to call out a traffic study for major artery roadway access points? This is specifically for major subdivisions. Minor probably doesn't need a traffic study, but on major, do we want to actually require a traffic study? Or just say that it might be required?
Well, on the one hand, I think we can trust to the planning department to, you know, be aware of the circumstances of the application and the location of the application and say, yeah, you're gonna need one.
Yeah, I guess this is where I juggle, like. If the land use code requires everyone to get it, then everyone has to get it. Otherwise, it's a little more arbitrary and a little more gray, and I don't know if that matters.
Well, if we think it needs one, we'll let them know.
Well,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I don't think it's arbitrary, it depends on.
Conditional.
Yeah.
Circumstantial
mhm.
in a good way.
Then in. I don't know where I am now. B, 5-1414F5. Compatible with surrounding uses, the proposed subdivision shall be generally compatible with the existing and currently permissible future uses. I'm just wondering if that's defensible, and rather than saying generally compatible, do we want to put something in there like no more than one zone density more dense, or we don't want to define that? Okay.
Yeah. I that's I think Lee, you made the point about subjectivity, the
Mhm.
balance. That is maybe one advantage to having review. Otherwise, I could just shove it through the computer and come out the other side.
Yeah.
Retaining some of that subjectivity might be nice, as long as it's legally defendable first.
Cool.
We just have to make Maura happy when we do it, that's all.
Then in part 6 of the same section, adequate facilities. The applicant shall demonstrate that the development proposed in the sketch will provide adequate facilities for potable water supply, sewage disposal, solid waste, electrical, fire protection, and roads. And my comment there was, do we want to say anything there about improving county roads or required improvements to intersections? Like, do they have to widen a road if if the traffic study says there'll be more traffic, or pave a road if the traffic study says there'll be more traffic?
So that comes out in the review
Okay.
and, you know, yeah, we're definitely looking for that, you know, are the facilities adequate? Do they need to improve something? And you saw that with Society Turn, and with all of the work that they're having to do for that, you know, to improve the highway. So, it all does come out.
Yeah, I think the language demonstrate that the proposal will provide adequate and then roads gets us where we want to go on that.
Perfect. Again, I haven't been through one of these, so I'm kind of,
It's okay.
this is my first round of doing this. And then for major and minor application, my comment was, shouldn't basically all of the same major subdivision requirements be required for a minor subdivision? You just get a 2-step review instead of a 5-step. I don't know. I didn't do a really close comparison to see what was carved out, but how do we feel about, like, did you carve anything in particular out of minor subdivision requirements?
It's certainly less specific.
Yeah. So I guess I was thinking, why not just have the same adequate facilities language that the major subdivision has? But then I think I found that down in standards, so.
Well, yeah, the application contents is leaner.
And maybe that's by design, but
It is. I think.
I think level of impact comes in there.
And it's kind of like what we've been doing with our natural resources. Is that, you know, we're a little less specific on our minor activities than we are on our major.
I completely understand that, but we're also getting away with a 2-step review, so. Finding that balance of like, give me everything, but we'll push it through faster versus give me less and you have less review.
John, when you guys do the memo for the full consideration, would you mind a quick comparison table of anything that's significant between major and minor? That'll give us the opportunity to review it.
And then just underneath that, part 8, so 1422B8, the site plan depicting existing and proposed building locations. Do we also want to put in types and sizes of the buildings?
Sorry, where's the reference? Where are you?
I'm in 1422B8.
Is that in the site, is that more broadly defined in the
That's
site plan
51 it might
definition
be, yeah.
in code? Cause I'm thinking about doing one myself, well, for my house, and
Yeah.
I think it defines in there the elements that are considered a site plan, maybe in definitions.
What we typically end up with in subdivisions is if there is some reason why the developer wants to make sure houses go in certain places, they'll put in, you know, a building footprint area, it's usually a circle. Or they'll put a point and say it must be within a certain distance at this point. But at the subdivision level, because, you know, these might get developed tomorrow, they might get developed in 40, 50 years, who knows? We're not really tying them to an actual building footprint or a specific design. So if they want to say that the building shall be placed in this general area, that should be on the plat. But, you know, site plan, like, so we're wanting to know, if they have proposed building locations, they should tell us. They can say, no, this is all conceptual and be up to the builder to figure out where that's going. We definitely want to know where they're going to put access drives so that they're not going through areas where the slope and curves aren't going to meet our standards. If it's a commercial development, where do they think they're going to have parking? And then anything that's, you know, more. Sometimes with subdivisions, you'll get like fences and such going in as part of the initial subdivision improvements. So things like that.
I think my mind, this might be in the minor subdivision section, but my mind is going to more of a major subdivision where we're going to put in, say, a 3-story multifamily house next to a single family house, next to some condos. Do we care to know that when we're laying out the size and location of the lots, or is that just too much to ask for upfront?
So if it's a subdivision, it'll have to meet the whatever gets developed would be what has to meet the code. If
Yeah.
it's a PUD, then you could, that's a situation where it might be laid out saying, at this location, we're gonna have smaller, lower buildings. At this location, we're going to have bigger, taller buildings. That can get laid out in the PUD.
Got it.
But if for a subdivision, it's usually saying, this is how we're going to divide the land, and then they'll use the land use code to build.
And in a PUD, don't we normally either recommend or require that there's a homeowners association and they're going to set a DRB, they're going to set design regulations?
Typically there is, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
And we always ask to see those covenants before we
Sure.
sign off on it.
okay.
What about, just generally making sure that the divisions that they're proposing are actually buildable?
Yeah, so they, they'll have to. When they give us their plans, and there's also gonna be studies that come with it, like, the geohazard, geotechnical, we're looking at topo. We're asking them for the site plan, with their conceptual building, footprints, and we've had occasions where, people have proposed, projects, and we'll say, what's really buildable here? And, so there's some back and forth as to, where they can actually build. And yeah, that's it's all part of it.
I suppose if you wanted to do a minor subdivision and create one lot that had all your unbuildable and then put a conservation easement on it, because nobody's gonna build there anyway, and you get some credits for it or whatever. That'd be doable.
That is entirely plausible.
Been known to happen, I suppose. Okay, what you got, Annie?
My last comment just brings us back to the conversation that we had about taking a minor subdivision and further subdividing it later. And I'm imagining a scenario, again, to throw ski ranches in the mix, where ski ranches says,
Or
hey.
a hypothetical
A
piece of vacant
hypothetical-
land similar in size to ski ranch.
Yes, exactly. Where maybe the whole HOA raises their hand and says, let's build some affordable housing. Can we take this lot and do something with it? And I've heard you say repeatedly, like, we don't want to tie deed restrictions to lot development. But can you elaborate on why? Why wouldn't we want to have a scenario where we say, you can do a major subdivision? Sorry, you can do a minor subdivision beyond the 5, given these criteria. Maybe it's all deed restricted, or.
Yeah, I think when it comes to, using the mechanisms to create parcels for transfer of land, it needs to be somewhat neutral in that regard. I'm not comfortable having exceptions for, specific uses or public purposes or purposes in that regard.
So one of the comments that came out of the SSR conversations, I can't remember if it was public or private, but someone said, what if I'm a landowner and I want to develop my land? So I'm going to take my 35 acres, I'm going to divide it into 3, 4, 5 parcels. And I'm going to just give the county one of those lots to develop, or sell it to the county probably, with a deed restriction. Is there a way to do that?
Well, actually, so there's another part here that we aren't talking about, and that's a requirement in our code that if you are subdividing land, 1 out of every 3 lots has to be deed restricted as an affordable housing parcel. Alternatively, we have had PUDs where they have chosen to give the county land, or we will if they ever sell the lots. Where they'll be giving the county land where, the county can then work with, develop land, housing on that property itself.
Right.
So that's already in there. And it's through the subdivision process where they say, instead of deed restricting 1/3 of our lots, we want to give the county this piece of property.
Like,
And then we'll look at whether or not we think that's a fair deal.
And that would be somewhere else besides the subdivision area.
not necessarily.
Or
Maybe.
it doesn't matter, just
it-
somewhere else.
Oh, Mill
Yeah,
Creek.
So yeah, Deep Creek, Mill Creek, when those came through, they didn't want to deed restrict 1/3 of their lots. And they didn't really want to put an affordable housing parcel up at Deep Creek. So what they proposed was to set aside a parcel that once those lots are selling, will be transferred to the county.
Right.
Then the county can, do whatever we will to develop it.
So I guess, is that ubiquitous across the entire county, or is this a east-west?
It's specifically the east end.
Okay,
or
so
the
it's
R1
the
school
R1
district.
school district, because I'm thinking of, let's say you had 80 acres along the state highway, that's the state highway and a county road. And by Norwood, and you're able to demonstrate water adequacy, which you might be able to there. And you wanted to divide it into 5. Would they would not be subject to the deed restriction requirement or anything like, okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I just want to make sure I didn't miss something, then I understand, okay.
And-
Because I'm thinking out there where I live, you could get flea market developers wanting to put in what is affordable without deed restricting it, which, we have several deed restricted properties in the area that have been on the market for a very long time.
Yeah.
Up there.
And that's also reflective of, and certainly this has come out in the SSR. The goal is to incentivize development where development is needed and not push it out.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
And
Perfect.
And no demand.
yeah, I mean, LaSalle Vista, it's not deed restricted, but as he presented the concept,
Mhm.
it was lots that would be affordable to locals.
right.
That's the one that's by the county fairgrounds, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
right across from them.
That's what-
Anything else, huh?
I don't know, my
Did
screen.
we-
just turned
Well,
off.
think about it. I'll ask
Would
Matt.
further discuss that about minor lots. That's,
So I think we need to
That's it.
look at, if it's minor and they want to suddenly go above that 5. They can't keep doing serial minor subdivisions. This is not intended to be a loophole to
Right.
bypass major
Yeah,
subdivisions.
Understood.
Yeah,
But we can look into whether major subdivision amendments should be a 2-step. In which case they could create more lots if they have density remaining.
Hmm.
And can otherwise meet all the standards, much like we do major PUD amendments.
And I'll just reiterate there, the SSR has repeatedly bought into the concept of this is for affordable housing. We have no interest, this is what they keep saying. We have no interest in just creating housing. We would do a carve out like that, a PUD amendment for affordable housing. Not just to sell more mega mansions or to sell more elite condos.
Well,
So
yeah,
think of it maybe through that lens as you do it.
there's been some reflection also that there's a big gap in the middle market that isn't going to fit under any of the affordable housing.
That's true. I mean, that's the other thing. And I think to Joss's point, there are people who've been priced out of their deed restricted housing, say for Telluride, through their increasing rental scheme, where they're priced out, but there is no free market house they can buy. There's just nothing in the $1 to $2 million range for a family. It's just, there's nothing. So,
Matt, I didn't want to leave you high and dry there.
No, I appreciate it. I don't have anything further to add right now,
Okay.
but I think just generally speaking, this addition seems to make a lot of sense. It seems like something that probably should have been there before, so.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we know we would have heard from you if there were issues.
Uh,
I'm just a little confused about this 3-lot deed restriction thing, because it seemed like earlier it told us that nothing about subdivisions could be tied to deed restrictions, and I'm trying to understand like where what you just brought up is in this.
So the subdivision as a mechanism, I would strongly discourage you from having something saying, well, subdivisions for deed restricted can go through this process versus subdivisions for non-deed restricted can go for this. The reality is, they're gonna be mixed.
Yeah.
And there's already a requirement in our land use code in the employee housing mitigation section
Mhm.
that says that you will deed restrict some of your lots.
Okay. Should
And
that be reflected in here somewhere?
it doesn't need to be, no.
Okay.
It's already in the code.
Okay.
So if I'm gonna subdivide and I go to the subdivision section and I read it and I think I'm good to go, what and where will I find out that I'm wrong? I have to deed restrict something.
That's when they have the pre-application meeting with us.
And the deed restrictions on the building, not the lot, is that correct?
It's
So
actually-
like,
well-
someone could subdivide and then sell and make it someone else's problem to develop the deed restricted.
So El Tesoro Ranch has 16, what they call locals lots. At the time that El Tesoro was being platted and going through its PUD, the land use code was also being written that we have today.
Hmm.
And they knew at that time that there would be an affordable housing requirement, but they hadn't quite landed on it. The plat or the PUD was actually approved, I think, 1 month before the code was adopted. So hence the 16 lots. If you do the math, it's not 1/3 of the entire PUD. But that's why they have the 16 locals lots. And those properties, those lots are actually deed restricted, so anybody who buys those lots has to be a qualified employee. And then if once it's built on, anybody who owns it has to be a qualified employee.
And what does that do about? So they could spend as much as they want building on it, and is there a cap on the resale? It's just that they have to qualify.
It has to be sold to a qualified owner who meets the work requirements. Number of hours and so forth.
Okay.
And there was another. It passed.
With minor lots, what about, instead of having them have to deed restrict a lot? What about having them pay the impact mitigation fee?
Yeah, so that's the thing. If a subdivision somehow mitigates either through deed restricting lots or providing housing, a housing parcel to the county, then any development in that subdivision does not have to pay the employee housing mitigation fee. So if you're in El Tesoro, Deep Creek, or Mill Creek, when those latter two finally start to get built on, there would be no employee housing mitigation fee because the housing's already been mitigated. We can't double dip. We have had some discussions, and this would be a different land use code amendment. We need to clean up 51303 anyhow. And that's where this lies, is we could put in there that minor subdivisions in lieu of deed restricting lots could then pay the fee instead, but that kind of runs counter to wanting to get housing.
Yeah.
So that's just, it's an option, it's something to think about if and when that code amendment comes forward, which won't be real soon.
But in modern day development, if someone were to do a subdivision and a certain number of lots are deed restricted, would those restrictions look similar to what they are in El Tesoro? Like it just has to be occupied, it has to be someone who meets those requirements, but there's no like market cap or any of that other stuff.
With the deed restriction and covenant that we have in place now, there's none. It's not to say that some future subdivision could have a different covenant on it, Maura's about ready to.
We've been directed by the board to review the current covenant and look at what should be added to improve the vitality of our deed restricted houses for new developments.
Yeah, we can't apply it retro.
Right.
Or major renovation.
Yeah, some charitable soul wanted to sign the latest deed restriction to further restrict their property, but it would be for development.
Okay, all right, I was just.
And then also with the 5 lot number, it's not gonna work out evenly if we go to 5 lots, either we're only gonna get 1 lot out of it.
Yeah, the rounding question needs to be addressed.
How do we address that now? Do you deed restrict one and pay the mitigation fee for the other that you can't deed restrict?
Yeah, I mean, it's been
Complicated.
so, yeah, I don't. have the
TBD.
answer for you today. But that is something that, 51303 needs to
Hmm.
address and explain, so that we're not having to figure it out. And just, it really hasn't been an issue because we haven't been having people doing minor subdivisions. I think the most likely candidate for a minor subdivision is going to be deed restricted housing, so.
Yeah. I have two questions, or a two-part question. In the review criteria for PUDs, since we touched on that, and also in the major subdivision, should we consider requiring considerations regarding cultural or historic impacts of the development?
Do you mean like, are there things buried in the ground?
That's
or-
exactly what
Yeah,
it,
we've got that in 51403G.
okay, so that's in the PUD, but not in the,
PUD.
should we put it in the major, I guess is where I was going with that question.
And minor. I mean, if there's an historical artifact, you gotta do something with it. Can't just crush it.
I would caution against including that in a minor because the cost to discover and certify that there aren't any of those things present
Not
is,
minor.
it is not minor. I mean, I found a horseshoe, who's to say that wasn't, you know,
Around here, it might have been Butch Cassidy's.
that's, I'm only 7 miles from where he figured out it's more profitable to rob trains than it was to run cattle. So, you know, I would say that there's probably other, I would imagine areas of the code that catch those sorts of things. Like historic district overlays and those sorts of scenarios, but
One would like to see that. too.
okay.
Yeah, if, if you're finding, horseshoes, tin cans, whatever, that is not a cultural resource.
Mm.
If you're finding, flints, flint mapping,
Right?
arrowheads, you're finding pot shards, things like that. Yes, that's a resource.
And is there a law that requires you to do something if I'm building a house and I find a pot?
So, we have a requirement in the PUD that there's a cultural resource analysis. And it's like, yes, there's a historic mining temple on the property in this area where we're not building. There's an old foundation of something, we have no idea what. It doesn't have any significance. And so it's a matter of what's the level?
No, I just mean me as a homeowner, if I buy some land to build a house and find a pot when I'm excavating the foundation, what are
Private
you supposed to
property.
do?
It's.
There's no law that
It's
protects.
yours.
Charge admission.
But if you're out on public lands and you find that, leave it in place.
Exactly, exactly.
Because otherwise it would be a violation of the Antiquities Act.
Not on private property.
No, I
Interesting.
remember this came up when we were doing the Deep Creek
Well, yes, there's the Antiquities.
Estates or whatever it's called. There was some public comment rumor about an Indian Ute burial place up on the hillside there.
Well, actually, the original town cemetery was up there.
Oh, okay.
And it is adjacent to the subdivision
Right.
and it's fenced and so yeah, that's known.
Mhm.
And when they were doing it, they did mitigate impacts to avoid that
Mm.
known historic cemetery.
Awesome. Oh,
Um,
that's great.
and you'll see on El Desaro, the old hog ranch.
Right.
Mhm.
The barn and the house and such they designed around it.
And they found a cemetery as well.
Yes.
I wonder, in the case of burials, is there some sort of state law about human remains and those sorts of things that prevent somebody from just quietly moving that? Because that's obviously, that's
There
culturally
Yeah,
sensitive
there
and
are
everything.
regulations
Okay.
about cemeteries.
Okay,
And then there's federal law if it's native remains.
right, okay.
It's if you find bones, you call the sheriff.
Yeah, yeah. So
Somebody you know.
Yeah, so like the fact there aren't historical overlay districts, but there are some state and federal laws that would have the same impact, I think gives me a bit more comfort there in minor, at least.
And if you find bones, hope that they're cow.
Yes.
So, but bringing that reference in on the major, thinking that that's a good idea.
For a major well, this goes back to Kay's comment
Yeah.
about subdivisions versus land use. So if you do a major subdivision, maybe it doesn't matter, but when you actually go to develop that land, that's where that should show up.
That's, yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
And so where would that show up?
In the development application.
Yeah.
And that's in our code somewhere?
No, it's not a 1041 reg.
Can we add that, or is that like a whole new thing?
I could see adding cultural resources at the very least to major.
Okay,
Does that make you feel more comfortable?
I'm with it.
Is that, my question on that is, does it make sense to do that in this tranche of changes? Or is that, do we have it defined elsewhere in code? Do we have?
Yeah.
Like what differentiates a horseshoe versus a burial ground, that sort of thing?
It's in the PUD application.
so
The
we-
PUD side,
yeah,
but now we're talking about referencing it in major subdivisions as well.
Yeah, we
But it-
take the language that's in the PUD section and add it to
Okay.
to the major.
Okay,
I have a somewhat related question, which is now that we're getting down to like, you know, lots in the east of the
Bones.
county, at least that are not as easy to develop, and what would trigger concern in an application about like health and safety due to mining legacy on a parcel?
So they will have to do their geotechnical and geohazard reports. And those should identify any mining hazards on the site. If it's an existing lot, we already have our mining hazard section. But it's something that would be identified as part of the many documents that they would be giving us.
Okay.
And you know, even if a lot, you know, if they created a lot and said, well, yeah, we think, you know, this is their buildable area here. Even though there's mining remains over there, when they came in for their development permit to build, we would still be using the mining hazard section to make sure that they weren't suddenly putting the house over there.
So you're confident that it's covered?
I guess along those same lines, in my environmental engineering work, I've had to do soil sampling for developments where you go through and you make sure there's not a bunch of lead in the soil where there's going to be a new development. Where would we trigger that? Where would we capture that?
So that comes from the geotechnical report. Where they're looking at soils, a lot of times they're looking for expansive soils. And any subdivision has to be sent to the state geologist's office, and they're also looking at that.
And so it would note mine tailings or mill tailings or something like that?
If the engineer's doing it right, it should note anything like that.
okay. A good thorough exploration, guys. This has been very helpful, I think.
Yes, I think we have direction. I don't know if we'll have this ready to come back to you in September. So I think we need to do a little more work.
Okay.
But plus that's gonna be a long meeting already with natural resources.
But this will go faster next time. We
Yeah.
hashed it all out today.
Yeah, exactly.
Made it pretty.
One thing that
Yes.
that just occurred to me that might be worthwhile to add in, is it minor subdivisions, is to have a different application requirements for the planning commission versus the BOCC. Because currently we're asking them for a final plat, you know, in the first stage.
I think the way you have it worded is draft final plat and then final plat. Or a draft plat for planning commission. I think we've already got that. Thought I saw that.
I think we'd have that under for major, but not for under minor subdivision. I don't have, there's not different application requirements for either body. They're all looped together in one section.
Sounds like a suggestion that John should take a note of.
That's a good suggestion, yeah.
Good one.
Yeah, I mean, at the planning commission level, you want to see the draft plat.
Yeah,
And then, yeah, we want to be very close to final at the BOCC because the motion will be to approve with direction to the chair to sign.
Right.
And, rather than coming back, forget another step to authorize
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
Plus, that gives us the kind of detail that we're going to need for any kind of public discussion.
Mhm.
Yes.
So maybe we can shoot for October.
We'll be here.
Mhm.
I didn't say
Where are you
big.
going?
I recommend we take a,
Yeah, if we're done with this item, we should take a break and we'll go find Matt for the next item.
yeah. Let's come back at 10 after. Give everybody enough time. All right, we will take a recess until 10 after 11.
Sounds good.
And also. And three with
Huge and that.
Park Road. And that's, maybe not two.
Okay, we can wait. That's not,
The whole
They really, whole county roads. But you tried when you're in the west now.
well, don't break it. She'll fuss at you.
Yeah, yeah, like Lincoln's are.
Lincoln's great.
Yeah.
They need.
Oh, yeah.
She's bigger on a bunch.
You got the video.
That's cool.
Oh.
I've had good experiences with that, so.
Right.
Oh, right.
There is a recording on there, but
There.
Record.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. You see it, but once you put-
That would be interesting.
quick record there. You can pick.
Start the cloud. One below.
It's dark, it's not.
Unable.
You're
Was
not,
it recording begin with?
not locked in, no.
It was just doing YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that I got a message that this was being recorded.
I thought
Yeah.
so too.
But
But we are- but we are-
Pause.
Yeah, it shows live on YouTube.
Well, I'm not an administrator, but on my screen, I can go to
Is it just
more
you
and
see
hit
that?
record.
They're like shadowy.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I thought it was just me. Like
I don't think I'm.
It is kind of cool, but also
Shall I try it?
why is it shadowing? Oh,
No, one
There we go.
breaks.
There's no point not to break things. Is that what you said?
I mean, I used to go to meetings.
Maybe it
there
didn't
was
stop.
no-
No, I don't want that. Never mind.
Can't figure out how to start recording.
Everybody sure?
Oh, it's always recording because of YouTube.
Hmm.
They have
It works in record.
Okay. Then we're good.
Stenographer there. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back. There's that voice. I've actually seen a video of that woman.
Oh, yeah?
She does a lot of the voices that we hear in our modern lives. Welcome back to the August 13th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. I'm losing my voice. This item is a, how do we describe it? Energy code update. And I see we have Matt Gonzalez here with us to give us all the gory details. Staff, did you have any preamble, or shall we dive in?
Just to remind you that it is required for the planning commission to make a recommendation prior to BOCC adopting any amendments to the building code. So we are here today, and we previously had work sessions on this, so there you go.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, we're gonna kind of, how's everyone doing? We're gonna, I'm going to present, our plan for adopting our new building code cycle and, some of the amendments that we're going to incorporate into that code resolution. And, so it is gonna be, we are adopting, an entirely new code cycle, which is very, all building departments and jurisdictions do that from time to time. But we are going to kind of focus a little bit more heavily on the energy code provisions because there's a pretty big new caveat with that section. So, just a little rundown of kind of where we are today. I think I've not had. It's always good to remind ourselves of what's going on. I know you all don't deal with building code on a day-to-day basis, so just a quick reminder. We are currently enforcing the 2018 international codes by resolution. We've also incorporated and are enforcing the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, which is state law. Generally, regionally, there's been a kind of commitment to try to every 6 years, adopt new code, modernize our code so that regionally we're advancing, things like building safety, building quality, all those types of things. So we are planning to go from the 2018 iCode cycle to the 2024 iCode cycle. And when I say iCode, I mean international codes. With the addition now of the Colorado Model Low Energy and Carbon Code, which I'm going to call the LECC, and we're going to substitute that for the International Energy Conservation Code, which has been our standard for years past. So why are we doing this? Why do we do this? Because, like I said, we want to provide good quality and safe buildings, but also this is something that aligns with our Board of County Commissioner goals for providing, quality services to our residents, and also doing what we can to help reduce our carbon impact or whatnot with efficient buildings. So this idea of the LECC being substituted into our code rather than the international code's energy conservation provisions is by law, state law again. So we are within the window now where we have to, if we're gonna follow through with amending our code in any way, shape, or form, even if it's just one letter of one word, we have to adopt the LECC now. All jurisdictions will have to adopt the LECC by 2030 anyway. So, by the time we get around to enforcing this in 2027, we're only going to be about 3 years ahead of the curve anyway. So, we are participating in a grant with some other folks that's Eco Action Partners helped organize a code cohort and grant cohort. And we've engaged with some consultants to kind of help us think through some of the provisions of the LECC. So what we have done up to now is we had a joint work session on June 10th with you all in our board of review to kind of, and we had Shauna Mozingo to kind of give us a presentation of what the LECC was. And I presented to the commissioners kind of a debriefing of that conversation and kind of an update on your all's involvement and the questions that you've had and maybe some concerns or clarifications you need. And then here we are today, presenting our amendments to you for a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. So next month, assuming you all feel comfortable with going forward with this code, we will present the code resolution to the Board of Commissioners to have them adopt it. And then we will begin enforcement October 1st, 2027 to give people some time to finish their plan sets and whatnot before the new code is enforced.
That includes the LECC?
That includes, yep, the LECC and all the other codes. So,
and quickly, what are the towns on right now?
So up until recently, we were all in the 2018 code cycle. And then with this, with these timeline triggers that the state has introduced through law, people have started to kind of, both the town of Telluride and the town of Mountain Village did a recent code update and adopted the 2024 code cycle in like different ways to beat that July 1st window. So no one out of the 3 jurisdictions here, San Miguel County, town of Mountain Village, and town of Telluride, we will be the first ones to adopt the LECC. The town of Telluride is currently enforcing the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code.
Mm-hmm.
The town of Mountain Village is on the 2021 Energy Code, but the 2024 other codes. So, I hope we'll get back in that sweet spot again where we're kind of all in the same code cycle. They've had a couple of different jurisdictions. Sorry, the town of Telluride and the town of Mountain Village have had a little bit of, we'll say, different direction from their town councils, and some different thoughts about waiting to see kind of what the impacts may be. I think the town of Mountain Village has commissioned a study to see what I think effectively the cost impact would be of the LECC versus the International Code Council's version of the Energy Code. I don't quite know where they're at in that process. But again, by 2030, it's going to be kind of all moot anyway, and we'll just have to jump in with that. So do you have more questions about that? I think, I know Kim Wheels here with Eco Action Partners is kind of here to provide support if needed. She might have some more insight on that if you want to hear more about that as far as where the other jurisdictions are at.
No, I just know during that workshop, some of the contractors commented that it sure would be nice if we were all the same. So I love that we're actually taking the bull by the horns, and I hope the towns come along for the
Yeah.
ride. So PSA, come on, towns.
So, and I will say, even if we are on the same like code cycle year, you know, everyone's going to have their own set of amendments. Like, for example, the town of Telluride always has a requirement to put snow melt, like hydronic snow melt inside of like window wells. So they do some different things with like their energy mitigation program to like allow that. We don't have that. The town of Mountain Village will have a different incentivization program for build fees. So while we might have the same 2018 I codes, really there's a lot of difference all the time. So we try, and it's tough. It is what it is, but yeah. So what I have done, we'll get to this later on, in the when we talk about the LECC a little more. I have talked to, you know, Lars up at the town of Mountain Village and tried to get some thoughts of what he thinks he may incorporate when they get around to it. So someone had their hand up. Sid? Kim, go ahead and jump in here.
I just wanted to chime in on the questions of other jurisdictions. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Ridgeway adopted the LECC in May. Uray County just adopted it Tuesday with an effective date of implementation of January 1st. Ridgeway's implementation date was July 1st, so it's already in effect. And the town of Ophir is also planning it to adopt before the end of summer with an implementation date of January 1st. So just to round out more of the region for adoption. Thought that might be helpful context.
Thanks, Kim. No, not their own. We have an IGA through which we provide permitting and inspection services for them. So this slide just highlights these the code books that will comprise our code. So we have the IBC, the IRC, the IMC, IFGC, IEBC, ISPC. So all of these code books work together to so what happens is somebody says, hey, we want to build something. We say, well, what do you want to build? Well, we want to build a shed. Cool. What are you going to do with the shed? Well, we're going to put bombs in it or something, like, I don't know, whatever. Actually, in the Telski, they do have their explosives.
Yeah.
class. That's why. So we would say, all right, well, then it's not a residence. Cool. So we're going to go to the International Building Code that covers non-residential occupancies largely and defines, focuses heavily on fire protection and egress, life safety, smoke and fire. Cool. Well, we're going to build a townhome. Great. Then we're going to go into the IRC, and that's going to be the scope by which you will build your home. If someone's going to only work on a mechanical system, we could permit it through the International Mechanical Code. If someone is going to build like the Telluride storage building that they did a few years ago, so we go to the IBC and we get the maximum egress distances out of that book and the requirements for fire sprinklers, and we turn that over to TFPD. And then we look at their mechanical systems. We use the IMC for that, or the fuel gas code to look at the gas piping and all those types of things. So these books all work together to give us the requirements for different elements of a building. The IRC is a bit of a standalone code. So if you're going to build a single family, two family, or a townhome, single family home, two family home, or a townhome, pretty much everything you need is inside of that book as far as mechanical systems, life safety, all those types of things. All of the other books, I say that just to say that the IRC is a bit unique. And all of the other books generally work together a little more. So, and for notes, for anyone that's not aware of this, electrical and plumbing systems are permitted and inspected by the state inspectors. The electrical board and the plumbing board have inspectors that they employ and they send down our way. It's incumbent upon the applicant to work with those jurisdictions to get their permits. And if we have a situation where we have automatic fire sprinkler systems, those are inspected by the Telluride or the Norwood Fire Protection District. And we collect documentation from the applicant, before we'll say do like a framing inspection. We say provide us with your inspection report from the state for the plumbing and the electrical, or for the rough in from the fire sprinkler system. So, and we file those with the permit. So the amendments to all of these code books that we have that I provided you a little late, and I apologize for that. I thought I had sent it and I did not. But I just want to say first that the amendments that we are planning on incorporating to the 2024 codes we've already been working with in the 2018 code. So really there's nothing groundbreaking, no new requirements in those amendments. So we just quickly, what is noteworthy in that document is we added construction mitigation language when we adopted 2018 code. We added provisions for construction mitigation. So if someone has trash blowing off of their construction site and going on to the neighbors, we have provisions to do something about it. Things like fencing your job site and all those types of things. That's what that section's for. We're going to continue that in the 2024 code cycle. We're going to continue to use our language that aligns us with the Telluride Fire Protection District as it pertains to sprinkler systems. We're going to delete Chapter 11 in the International Residential Code because we're making room for the LECC effectively. We don't want to have conflicting code. And then we incorporate some appendices. So we do radon control. That's a requirement. There's a couple of appendices for some alternative construction methods like straw bale construction, which I've never seen, or light straw and clay construction, which I've never seen, but they're in there. So if someone wants to take advantage of that, they can. And then there's a couple of other just small, like jurisdictional needs for clarifications, like we change a word like fire authority to TFPD or those types of things. So I'm not gonna go into that document because it's unchanged from what we've been doing for the last 5 years. So do you have any questions regarding those amendments or how those codes work?
I do have some questions on the PFD you sent us, but probably for later.
Okay. About the LECC or those codes?
Absolutely. Like, for example, I have some questions about the calculation to offset your spa costs and stuff like that.
Okay, so that's RIMP.
Okay.
Let's
keep going.
Let's go to that'll be energy code focus. So here we go. Speaking of. So what is significant about this cycle is the incorporation of the Colorado Model Low Energy and Carbon Code, so the LECC. So again, by law, we are within the time frame that if we move forward with our code adoption, we have to go with this. Some important things about this code. The 2024 International Energy Conservation Code was the base code that the Energy Code Board that was put together by the law. They used that base code to make the LECC. So it looks almost the same. It works largely the same. There's some changes inside of that. So I say that just to say this is not like a wild, crazy, brand new code. It's taken what was already existing and just made some Coloradoized changes. And the provisions for electric ready, solar ready, and EV ready are inside of the LECC, so we don't have to do anything with that. They're already included in there. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on this. I am just gonna kick over to the LECC amendment PDF. And we don't have to read all this. This is very text heavy, but I'm gonna go to these light blue sections here and kind of focus on them. So this document was a product of our code cohort and grant cohort experience. So Lotus Consulting and some other folks help, put this together and draft this. I did take out, so the idea behind this document was to have a regional amendment package that we could all kind of use. Again, kind of our micro region here, Telluride, Mountain Village, and the county. I did, those two other jurisdictions were a part of the grant cohort, and they ended up disengaging with the grant. And so these are the amendments that I think we, as a little micro region here, we will probably be able to incorporate. And so anyway, just want to give you some context where this came from.
And
So-
this is what you sent us, right?
This is
in our
this
PDF.
this got to you Monday.
This is in the packet.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's on 55 of the PDF. I'm looking.
All right, thank you.
So the way these amendment documents work is we let the code do its thing. We don't touch it unless we name a code section in the amendment document. And then there's a change in the text somewhere. So if you really want to go scrutinize these things, you go find the code section in the amendment, go to the 2024 LECC online and read the two and see where it's different. But I'm going to explain this to you. So generally, we have a couple of amendments to address log homes. So log homes get to, there's a different standard that applies to log homes. It's called ICC 400. Inside of that standard, there are some very general standards for like energy efficiency and air sealing, but there's no there's no air sealing standard. I'll just say that. They say you need to put your logs together so that they work good, basically. And so what we're doing here is we're adding a requirement. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself. We are going to add a requirement for to make log homes pass a blow order test. But this first one says if you have a log home over 5,000 square feet, you have to comply with this code section, which means it has to meet a HERS, has to be designed as a performance home and has to meet a maximum HERS score, is what that means.
And is that achievable in a log home?
Yeah, it is. Well, and so a log home over 5,000 square feet is pretty large. It is. I mean, this is not uncommon kind of like at a macro regional level. So you look at other places like Pitkin County, where they've gone so far as to other jurisdictions have effectively said you can't build a log home in its traditional sense. You have to fur the walls on the inside and insulate, air seal. So we're not going that far. We're just saying that if you're going to build a giant log home, it has to go through the performance rating design process, and you just have to have your score, hit your target score.
And that's achievable with insulation in the walls and caulking?
So that will depend on the HERS model. So inside of the HERS software design process, builders and designers work together to play the trade-off game. Okay, so there's a lot of things you can trade off and trade on. So you can do more efficient windows, you can add ceiling insulation, you can use PV array to get points and to slide things, this, that, so it's definitely possible. It's probably not cheap. I think the take home is we want efficient homes, and just because you're building a log home doesn't mean you get out of building an efficient home. Does that make sense?
Sorry to, does a log home by nature of the construction materials have a lower embodied carbon total content? I'm thinking of like EC4 calculations and stuff like that, because if the idea behind a lot of these energy codes, total footprint of a building, not
Mhm.
just its performance from an energy efficiency, which is a component of environmental impact, but also the materials that go into it and the construction and the transportation, which all have emitting components. Does it contemplate that at all or is it not, when they did this, it wasn't sophisticated enough to take in like EC4 calculation and those sorts of things?
To my knowledge, and if after I'm done saying what I'm saying,
Yeah.
gonna say, if Kim has any more insight, she's welcome to come off mute. But to my knowledge, in short, no.
Okay.
Embodied carbon is not something that's contemplated in these codes.
Okay.
I think, when you look at where do your building materials come from? How did they get to the site? How are they manufactured and so I think some of that goes into like a LEED certification type idea.
Okay.
But as far as the code goes, probably not yet. I think it would be tough to regulate some of those things, I would say.
And the reason I think of this is if somebody's gonna build a log home that large, that's a significant investment. And
Mhm.
perhaps they're willing to go through LEED certification or some of those other additional steps, because a regular person running EC4 calculations on a home is just, it's not super practical. It's a really tough thing to do.
Mhm.
But if you're gonna invest that much in a log home and you're say attempting to make it authentic to the original construction methods and these sorts of things, is there a way that somebody could use those additional hoops to show to the department, hey, we're gonna meet this extraordinary way because we're invested in more of the method and the outcome and the historical nature of it versus to achieve,
Yeah.
that kind of making sense?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah. So Kim actually is in addition to her work she does with Eco Action, she is an energy consultant as well. And Kim, can you speak to how that may or may not factor into the HERS score, or how someone might gain points to demonstrate that their home is built with less embodied carbon?
Yeah, I can chime in on this. There is an option in the Resonant software for a HERS rating to create, it's essentially a carbon calculation versus energy use calculation. I don't believe that that actually accounts for embodied carbon though, to the depth of what's being asked for in this question. So I think your response is correct, Matt, in that I think if somebody wanted to go through a process, say LEED certification or whatnot, that would be an alternative third-party methodology toward accomplishing a certification that then the building department could consider allowing as an alternative. I think that's kind of always part of the code. But embodied carbon itself is not part of what the energy code is trying to address. It does get difficult to enforce, to verify, to check, especially for building departments. And I will say that having done a lot of consulting on log homes over the years, they can meet energy use requirements.
Okay.
So what the performance pathway allows for is if the logs typically the logs are not performing to the extent of what an insulated wall would, then they can make up for it through insulation in their ceiling or more efficient mechanical equipment, or making sure their windows are more efficient than the code requires, those types of things. So it just kind of puts that full picture on a home to allow for those types of trade-offs. And that's essentially what this amendment is trying to encourage.
Yeah. So
That makes sense.
thank you, Kim. So that section R401.2.3, that's the reference to the requirement to have a performance design for energy. So anything under 5,000 square feet, they still get to build it to ICC 400, just with that requirement to have pass a blower door test. And then log homes, we said with glazing to floor area ratios over 30%, they also then are they can't just do the prescriptive ICC 400 compliance. They then just are bound to do an energy performance design.
Okay.
So those are those two exception or amendments. And then this next one here really focuses again on the crux of it is this right here. I'll make this a little bigger. Anyone wants to all of this is just to say log homes just have to pass a blower door test, and they're at a max air change of 2.5 air changes per hour. That's what that amendment is. So regardless of how big or small your log home is, you just have to build it tight and air seal it, which is so I've had conversations with log home builders, and so really good conversations actually. And yeah, it's the same. It's if you're at different stages of construction, if you're paying attention to you know, wall to ceiling transitions and trusses and all those types of things, it's not impossible. It's not even really that difficult to achieve a 2.5 air blower door test. So we're going to continue to provide education to folks too throughout this process and through the grant, where you know I would like to have some air sealing classes provided to, like, you know, try. It's hard to get people to show up, but folks like the framing contractors and stuff, because a lot of the air sealing requirements don't become a problem as long as the people that are framing the house and the carpenters are in there aware of the areas that could cause problems and cause a blower door test to fail. So that's kind of it about log homes. The next amendments here are going to focus. Well, this is just a small clarification, and so I'll just spend very little time on it. This U factor table. So there's U factors and R values. Those are two different ways to demonstrate that your walls or your windows, whatever it is, are efficient. That energy is not just, it's not a sieve. So there's a table that defines by building element what the max U factor is. And steel frame walls, there is no reference to steel frame walls. So we're just amending it to say your steel frame walls have to have the same U factor as your wood frame walls. That's it. Any questions about U factors? Great. Lee, I can see you were staying up all night thinking about this one, weren't you?
I was, yes.
All right. So heated garage doors. We're requiring heated garage doors to meet a certain R value or U factor. Again, yes.
I do have a question on this one. When we talk about the REMP down below, we have
Yep.
a R18 factor, and here we have R16. Do we want to bring
Yep.
those into alignment, or are
We
they
do.
different?
We do.
I'll bring it up again when we get down below.
Thank you.
Just a curiosity for a materials perspective, R16, like a typical double steel 2-inch solid insulated door, meet that standard? Just thinking about material costs, implications of this.
Yeah, I will have to, thanks for bringing that up. I know that when we switched code cycles last time, we had the requirement for an R18 door, and there were some, I mean, they're certainly out there. Some people had some challenges getting them. I think having an R16 door would probably make it so that people are able to get materials a little easier. Certainly on the market, and they're not as cheap as a uninsulated garage door, obviously.
But that's a pretty basic insulated garage door, right? It's not exceptional.
No,
This is like, kind of, we look
Yeah.
for nominal.
right,
Nominal
right. There,
is an R16 nominal.
yeah. I will verify that, and if it needs to be changed to meet like a nominal standard, I'll talk to Kim and some of the other consultants that we have as a part of the grant cohort and make sure I mean, we have to look at other jurisdictions too. This is not
Right.
Something that we're going at totally alone here. So we'll look at that. I appreciate you bringing that up. We'll definitely make the numbers match.
Cool.
I can chime in, Matt, too.
Go ahead,
We
Kim.
did- We did research on this one, and essentially found that R16 was kind of a very commonly found insulated door. It didn't bring up the more challenging aspects that R18 had apparently brought up, especially in smaller, moderate-sized homes that
Mhm.
might still want a heated garage, but they're smaller sized garages, smaller sized doors, more cost. Cost is more of a concern for building the house. This
Mhm.
was the good compromise with very reasonable estimates that were provided to us by a couple of local providers for garage doors. Hopefully that helps.
That's supposed to tell us something?
Mm.
It's Thursday.
The bank?
Alright.
Great.
That's what it's telling us. So, okay. So this next section here focuses on window to wall ratio. In essence, it just says if you have, the window to floor area ratio, there's just a limit set. Whereas if you pick up the LACC as it's written, there is no limit. So we're saying if you want to have 30% windows to floor area or anything in excess of that, you have to have a performance design for your energy compliance pathway.
Mhm.
Anything under that, as long as you're not over a max square footage, which we'll get to in a sec, you can choose whatever energy compliance pathway you want to, prescriptive, performance, whatever. And I think this is a good one. It makes sense 30%, if you have a building that's 30% more or more of windows or fenestrations, you're not going to have a lot of wall to insulate. And so that's where we say you could do that. You just have to have a performance design that shows that through other means, like Kim said, your mechanical systems or your glazing itself or other means are enough to make that home as efficient as other homes.
What generally kind of what percentage of homes you see being built meet that threshold?
I don't have like a hard number for you. I know, again, I think it's pretty heavily correlated with like overall project valuation. So in other words, around here, the more money you have, the more inclined you are to build a home to have giant windows to look at the mountains. And so, I can try to get some numbers together.
Just was curious, like how often this comes up, kind of.
Yeah, I
It's
think
rare, or if it's something that.
it comes up often. And I'm just thinking of some projects off the top of my head where, we have entire cantilevered bedrooms that on three sides
Yep.
are
Mhm.
effectively glass,
Mhm.
you know?
I mean, even this room
Oh, yeah.
has a heck of a lot of
Yeah.
glass in it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so, yeah.
It's not super rare.
No, and the 30% is a number that comes from other, vetted studies and things like that. It's not just a number out of thin air. And again, working with the consultants and other folks that, has been good with the part of this grant cohort, they're pulling from again, places like Pickens County, Vail, all kinds of other places that have already incorporated measures like this. So that's where these numbers are coming from.
And we get to add the phrase vertical fenestration to our vocabularies.
Verti-
Yeah.
Because if there's fenestration, there's defenestration, correct?
I don't know what does defenestration mean? I don't know.
Out the window.
Oh,
It's a Russian thing.
That's how Mussolini ended his.
got it. I see.
Yeah, for example.
It's also how some of us have to move mattresses through.
Yeah, right.
out of our house.
Pianos, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Is there-
We digress.
A vertical fenestration area is just an opening in the wall.
I Googled it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
We're good.
Great. I know code. This is why people don't read code. It's like
Jargon, man. You guys have your own language.
cool. So that's the window to wall ratio. We have some amendments that address requirements for heat pumps, specifically just in essence, making sure that our code says you are required to have a cold climate heat pump. It's contractors should be aware of that and do that anyway. But this just gives us the ability to say, if someone doesn't put a cold climate heat pump in, we can say, hey, you have to put a cold climate heat pump in, even though the manufacturer's instructions would also specify that.
And I assume you can find these heat pumps, yes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes, they are readily available. Cool. I'm gonna blow past this. Again, these are just, I'm making sure that our heat pumps are suited for this climate. Any questions there?
You're not requiring heat pumps, you're requiring them to
No.
meet a specification.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. We don't have any amendments regarding the all electric ready provisions. So it won't come up in this, but it is in the code, it is in the LECC, and it is state law now too, that homes have to be built to be all electric ready. They don't have to be all electric. They just have to be able, we talked about this in Shauna's presentation on the 10th of June. It does probably add some upfront costs. I think it is minimal, and I mean, just, it is what it is. The code is set up to incentivize all electric, or incentivize or promote or what have you. In essence, if the electrical wiring or the conduit is already there and the panel size is already there and the outlets are already there, you don't have to, you could still use fuel gas, you could still run that in there, but the elements are there so that if you want to, if anyone wants in the future, they can, and this is for new construction, can convert it to an all electric residence.
So just from a practical application of this perspective. So if you have forced air with, say, gas or propane, but that the coil heating element could be easily replaced with an all electric, either resistive or heat pump unit, same thing on the coil on the conditioned side, air conditioning side. Does that meet those provisions? Or does it is it really prescriptive to say, no, you have to have 50 amp 220 here, and you have to have, say, the conduit run for your exterior heat pump components?
Very generally, what the code says is you just have to have whatever the system is, you have to have the means to either electrify it or swap it out in the future.
Okay.
Without rebuilding the mechanical room.
I'm trying to think of, aside from somebody who is strictly, say, potbelly stove heating. You can swap out a gas boiler for an electric boiler. You can swap out a water heater for, I have electric water heater, love it, by the way. You can, we're in a manufactured home, you could you could add a cooling coil to it and put it on a mini split. You could do these sorts of things. I just was curious if it's so prescriptive to say, you have to, to what level that goes.
Right. No, generally it's provide the means.
Okay.
And it's the whole code is designed to be, the intent is to provide flexibility. And Shauna, in our June 10th presentation from Shauna, she did focus on that a lot to say, what this code does do is provide, flexibility and options for people.
Right.
It's not so it doesn't force you down one particular path. And so I don't know, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. So from a departmental perspective, I'm curious, how will you guys look at it? Do you say, no, you don't have the 220 outlet already ready to go? Or you say, oh, this is not a major reconstruction project to do the swap from, say, propane to electric or something like that?
So yeah, so
that's a subjective component, how ready is it? Because it's not prescriptive as to what things have to be installed.
Right.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yep. So actually this is the state electrical board did not want anything to do with the LECC, but there was a law that was passed that effectively bound the electrical board to do electric ready inspections.
Okay.
So they will be doing that.
So that's in their, so our electric inspector from the state's gonna be the one that says, yeah, you're electric ready enough.
Yes,
And your department will take that as, it's
exactly,
good for him, it's good for us. or-
exactly,
Okay. got it.
exactly.
Okay, perfect.
There are some requirements to show certain things on plans.
Okay.
Especially for solar ready and the zones, and we even have some amendments that kind of further define what that means.
Yeah.
Like show us where the zone is, how big it is. But as far as inspecting the infrastructure itself and the presence of it, it will be incumbent upon the state electrical inspector for us. I mean, the town of Mountain Village will do that on their own.
Okay.
They do their own electrical inspections, but for us, it's state inspectors.
You're also doing what I do all the time. You're conflating new build with renovations. And I hammer him all the time about what about a renovation? Where do I have to have an electric ready home if I put in a new gas range in my house? So
Well, because I'm thinking ready, if I don't do it out of the gate, ready means when I do renovate, that if I decide to go, like, it's not a big project to make that swap. Like,
Right.
So to go from ready to implemented is a renovation. It's that assessment by the state electrical inspector to say, yeah, you're close enough that it is just a minor renovation versus there's a rip and replace of all your mechanicals. Like, so that makes the way you explain it makes total sense to me.
And we'll get to at the end here too, where the decision that we're pitching here as far as defining a substantial remodel. So if you say you build a home that was built in 1983, and you know, you're doing a minor remodel, you just have to, whatever the elements that are a part of the scope of your remodel, you have to modernize those elements from a codes perspective.
Got it. Okay.
It doesn't mean you have to retrofit your entire home and make it all electric ready if you don't meet the definition of a substantial remodel. If you're building a new home from the foundation up, then obviously, yes, it has to be able to be electrified whenever the homeowner decides to swap out their water heater, swap out their gas range for an electric range, those types of things.
Cool.
I have a quick question. This is kind of to the side, but would this conflict with the ballot initiative that people are gonna vote on in November, the like right to natural gas ballot initiative? If
I've,
that passed, would it change?
it could, I mean, it could.
State'll have to weigh in on that.
Yeah, so,
Well,
yeah,
you're right, where they wrote these requirements to avoid a conflict with something like this. It's all potential. It's not a mandate to get rid of gas, put in electric.
Yep,
right?
that's correct.
And that gets you around that requirement.
Sure. Yeah, people can still choose whatever fuel source they want. Yep.
And,
And if the state, if the voters pass the law saying that you can't tell them not to use gas, then that's okay, but their house will still be electric.
Can still require that it's electric ready.
Right.
If it's necessary.
I mean, this is, I would say tangential, but in the future, as funny as Colorado is, there might be alternating years opposing legislation, that gets inside of this code and messes things up, and I don't know how that's going to look. I don't know. For what it's worth, what I wish the state would just do is say, hey, across the state, here's the Colorado model building code, period. You have to adopt it. You can amend it. You can make it more strict, but this is our building code. And that's why places like California and a lot of states have done stuff like this, because I think we're going to get to the point where for the first time, this is between the wildfire resiliency code, the energy code bill, and all these other things. This is the first time that the state legislature is getting like, hey, we can change the building code if we want to through some laws. So I don't know how that's all going to look, or how, this could be repealed. Who knows? I don't think that'll happen, but what I know right now is that by law we have to adopt this if we're going to adopt new building code. So anyway,
Have in the resolution, the statement that if any part of this code is found to be invalid, that the rest of the code is still in effect.
yeah, that's, yeah. it would be important to include language like that. I think also, I'll say this. By adopting the LECC, we will be in like compliance with all of the target deadline or the those deadline dates. So we can amend this as many times as we want. There's no, there won't be like a trigger to adopt a new code or anything. If we find out something's weird, we can work on it. So, anyhow, okay, cool. That was, like I said, tangential. That's okay. We have an amendment here which addresses demand response. And in essence, we talked a little bit about this as well. Homes that are not grid tied. There is no demand to which one could respond. So they would be exempt from meeting the requirements for demand response. That's that. There's how that works is when somebody's going to apply for a permit, if they think that they are exempt from demand response requirements, they just give us a letter saying why, which in essence is, hey, I don't have a grid to tie to, so I'm exempt. Cool. Moving on. This is again, just touches on outside of the prescriptive pathway for energy compliance. When you get into the performance pathway, there are some clarifications about what heat pumps need to be able to do. So this is just cleaning up some parts of the code for our climate here. I'm going to move on. This amendment, this is terrible. But effectively there's a couple of different compliance software tools and ventilation calculation rates that are referenced in the code what can happen is if you don't clarify which computation method you're going to use, you can spit out different numbers from a HERS perspective. So that's all we're doing here. We're cleaning up some ventilation calculation methods so that we all get the same, we're all working off the same HERS score. That's all that is.
And just for clarification, this is when I was going through trying to figure out which building method I want to use.
Yep.
There's the prescriptive, and then there's like the massive spreadsheet you plug all your stuff into, and at the bottom gives you a number. And it's like, as long as that number is in a safe range, this is saying that whatever tool it is that I put in fenestration and insulating materials and all this, that as long as that bottom number performs the standard, this is just defining which of those you use. Is that
in essence? Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're going to do, this is effectively you're saying for performance design,
Yep.
you have to do the ResNet HERS computation method.
Got it. Is that the one that's linked off the building, the website?
No, so I think you're referring to ResCheck.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah.
Which ResCheck is actually in the prescriptive
Oh, it is. Okay.
pathway.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, that's why it's a free tool.
This is why I asked. All right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So the ResNet HERS compliance software, that's you have to have pay a lot of money to use those tools, and then
Okay.
you have to be certified to use them. So there are a handful of HERS raters around the region.
Got it.
Um,
Okay.
But yeah, but anyone can use ResCheck.
Yeah.
And that's, like I said, that's prescriptive.
Which is pretty cool. By
Yeah.
the way.
It's we need like a big tree to show you guys all these pathways and
Yeah.
stuff, and they're always getting more and more. There's more options than ever for compliance. And so we say the prescriptive path, but really within the prescriptive path, there's actually like 5 kind of pathways now within that where you
Yeah.
can pick and pull whatever you want.
Cool.
This is just regarding the required performance pathway when it's triggered.
Okay.
All right, great. You guys confused enough on that? Holy moly. Sir, do you have any questions seriously about, I don't want to go too fast here. No? Great. This is why people don't submit comments. This is why people don't submit comments. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd observe that what's most helpful is questions that move our understanding of the code further.
Yeah.
There's a lot of curiosity at these tables here.
Yeah.
So we can go down a lot of those dirt roads.
Yes,
but
yes.
We'll be here until Friday.
Yeah.
if that's the case. So go ahead.
Cool. So we have an amendment here that's just eliminating a loophole where people can get double credit for installation of a radiant in-floor heating system with a high efficiency boiler.
Yeah, my question there was just how do you know it was an error? Is it actually an error or did they want you to get double credit?
I don't think we would want double credit in general. Kim, what do you got on this one?
This one was definitely an error. It was an accidental oversight when we were trying to help incorporate radiant in-floor heating as into the credit table as part of the Colorado Energy Code Board.
Hmm.
So we're just trying to correct that error that we inadvertently did.
So in-floor heating in and of itself doesn't give you credit. It's the high.
It,
efficiency boiler.
no, well, correct. Essentially, you can't get double credit for doing both.
Mm.
We have an alternative. Like if somebody wants to just say, hey, tell me what I got to do to make sure my home is meeting energy code standards. We have these kind of platter options where they can say, here, when you're doing your building design, incorporate these measures, you'll be in compliance. So that's what this energy code on a platter kind of stuff is. I won't go into it because it's pretty specific to some things. But again, if someone doesn't want to do the design work, they just want to be told what to do, we have this option for them. And there's a couple of tiers to it. The code, again, this won't come up in this document. There was the idea of there in the LECC, there are 3 different home size tiers. There's and now I'm blanking on what they actually are.
I can
It's
chime. I can chime
Kim,
in
is
on
it in the LECC? Is it 0 to 5,000,
that. The LECC is 0 to 5,000.
and then 5,000 to 7,500 square feet
7,500, and then extra
and
large is
over.
7,500 and over.
Yeah. So there was the idea of historically we've structured our code so that depending on how many square feet you're going to build, it would dictate which compliance option you're allowed to do. In essence, the larger the home, and the more windows and stuff you have, we're going to make you do a performance design. If you have a smaller home, a more regular home, we're going to allow you to do prescriptive design. So in the LECC, those numbers shifted up. It historically we've been doing, if you're at 3,600 square feet or larger, you have to do a performance design.
Mm-hmm.
The LECC has ratcheted those numbers up. We're going to go with those numbers. And some of that is based on conversations with like the town of Mountain Village, where I know the town of Mountain Village building official is not inclined to make the code more restrictive where, than it's written. So anyway, I just, that number 7,500, I want to reference that. That is something that will change. Is now we're going to allow the home size at which performance design will be required is increasing rather than decreasing. Does that make sense?
And we're cool with it?
I'm cool with it. Are you cool with it?
I mean, I'm assuming that number going up is likely the result of compromise to get one thing to like, they wanted something and the compromise was, that's fine, but we need this in its place.
So
Can I
this
chime in
again,
here?
yeah, give me one sec, Kim. So the LECC, again, it's written for Colorado.
Yeah.
And so when the code board got together and was mashing up the code and trying to figure out some of these things, those are the numbers that the code board picked for the first time, like from a Colorado perspective. 5,000 square feet, 7,500 square feet and over. We've had that idea regionally here for years before, and we're at 3,600 and above. You're required to do performance rating, a performance design. So what I'm saying is we're going to let the LECC numbers, which are increased square footages, work. If the town of Mountain Village and the town of Telluride end up changing those numbers to a lower threshold, I would say we should probably change those numbers too for what we were talking about earlier, which is clarity for the building community.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the things that can trip people up is like, Well, I thought we didn't have to have a HERS design. We're at 5,000 square feet or whatever the number is. And in the Mountain Village, it's a different threshold. So I would say if it comes out then that the towns have lower threshold numbers, we would probably amend our code to match those.
Yeah.
Right now, I am proposing that we go with what the LACC's proposed. Kim, what'd you have?
So just to back up, and thanks, Matt, for the explanation. Just to back up, the IECC has never before, and the IECC still does not have a size criteria thing. The LECC at the state level, we were able to create these size categories for homes. It was a very political, high intensity conversations, multiple times throughout the procedures and processes. And the numbers that we ended up settling on, compromising on were 5,000 and 7,500.
Okay.
And it's state specific to the LECC code. And it came from jurisdictions such as Telluride or San Diego County, but Telluride, Mountain Village, and other jurisdictions around the state that have had these criteria for larger and larger homes that they have to meet more criteria for energy efficiency. That was where the concept came from. Matt, I do want to point out that the large size home category at the state size category for large platter would be 5,000. Above 7,500, a home has to meet net zero. So it does not, these platter requirements don't apply. So in your text here.
So I need to change this number here.
Yeah, here with the large platter, the less than and greater than, the two sections that refer to the platters, those numbers, if San Diego County decides to stick with the 5,000 square feet, that is the state size criteria, then those numbers need to be 5,000.
Okay.
And I was gonna wait until you're done, Matt, but since we're in this conversation around size criteria, I do want to bring up that as the regional cohort, we did bring forward an amendment to the LACC to change the large home size criteria from 5,000 down to 3,500 because San Diego County and Mountain Village have traditionally had that size as that was the size that they determined was kind of ratcheting a home up into a large size criteria. The rest of the region, the other jurisdictions that have adopted or are considering adopting are planning to go with that 3,500 square feet. So I do want to bring that up for conversation, consideration. Personally, I think that if San Diego County was to go with the state size criteria versus maintaining the size criteria that you've had historically, that it's kind of going the wrong direction with addressing climate change.
So I'll just say, and the reason I decided to leave it with the state's numbers, like I said, I just think, going with, choosing to go forward and adopt the LACC kind of ahead of schedule, it feels for a lot of people like a big move. And so I think this is an area where it's like, hey, whether we're building a 3,000 square foot home or a 5,000 square foot home, like this code is going to deliver the most efficient home that's been built in the county to date, right? So I think it's in essence, it's kind of a bone we can throw people and say, hey, we are going forward with this new modern code. We're going to take it as it is largely and let it work. And I think if it ends up that when the other two towns adopt the code, if they do, like I said before, whatever numbers they go with, we can always just amend this code to knock those numbers back down and make it align. So that was my thought process. I understand Kim's input, and I'll let you all have whatever discussion you want to have right now.
So here's my concern, because I think, so first a question before it says, when it says buildings that enclose 5,000, is that conditioned space or like the residential space within the structure?
So yeah, so it's the conditioned square.
I was going to make sure that was my assumption, but to make sure, yeah.
It's not garages, right?
Well,
we don't.
Oh, So here's where I'm going with this. So let's say you build a barndominium.
Okay.
You do 2,400 square foot, which is a nominal size building that fits a tractor, implements,
Mhm.
irrigation, gated pipe, et cetera. And you're gonna heat it to just say 50 degrees, so that things don't freeze in it over the winter. And if it's properly insulated and you run a natural gas system, that would cost you $24 a month. So it's
Okay.
very, very low. And of that, most of that service delivery fee. So it's very, very low fuel input to do that. If you're using gas, if you're using other methods, it's obviously different. That means if you add 1,100 square foot of like the living space within it, that would put you at your 3,500 square feet. And I think most people that would be building that probably couldn't afford a full net zero building envelope if that conditioned attached garage space is included in that number. So I guess that's my question. So in that scenario where you have an attached 2,400 square foot conditioned space that is not the residence, that's storage, garage, et cetera, and 1,100 square foot of living space, where would that number, if we were to say take it to 3,500, what would be the result for that structure?
So garages are, you can have a heated garage. Garages are not considered inside of the building thermal envelope,
Okay.
right? And so I wouldn't apply that garage square footage to the
Okay.
square footage for the home itself, for the conditioned space inside of the building thermal envelope.
And is the proposed language clear enough that after you win the lottery and you move to your dream location or what have you, and someone else comes in behind you, that they will interpret it the same way? Because I feel confident that you and your department will interpret it this way, but because we're talking about writing code that's
Yeah.
hopefully durable and sustainable, is it clear enough to say that it is that resided in space versus, because it says buildings that enclose, right? So
The
Yes.
language refers to conditioned space, and conditioned space is defined.
right.
So where's the ambiguity?
Yeah, so conditioned space we have defined as not including heated garage space somewhere. Like, is that explicit?
It's in the code itself. It's
Okay,
not in
that's-
these amendments. It's in the code itself. Our LECC language for conditioned space is consistent with the IECC language. So it is well defined,
Yeah.
doesn't
Okay.
include garages, et cetera.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's
Does-
consistent throughout. And what we're looking at right now is an amendment that is for the platters. It's not really the amendment for the size
Right.
categories. So but it was a good launching point for this conversation. So.
Yeah. So yeah, does that clarify?
Yeah, I'm just looking to make sure there wasn't an unintended consequence where we all assume that it's that way. I just want to make sure that it was captured
Yeah.
somewhere else, because I had read a lot of the code. I just hadn't found that specific definition. So
That's correct.
So if I can understand the question before us, you've recommended a threshold of 7,500 for regular platter requirement and under for regular platter and large platter for over 7,500.
Yeah, and what Kim brought up and what I'm going to do, as long as it's okay with you, I need to change this number here in this platter section. So again, the platter is only for people that say, hey, I don't want to think too hard. I just want to be told what to do. Boom, here's your platter. I have to change this number from 7,500 square feet to 5,000 square feet, because that number will align with other square footage thresholds that are already throughout the code.
So it's a typo right now.
It's a typo right now. And in fact, you know what? I'm just going to change it right now.
Yeah, do it. Get it. And then the county has historically used 3,500. Kim's cohort put together a proposal suggesting 3,500. Matt is saying stick with 5,000.
Right.
That
And
is
then
correct.
7,500 becomes the trigger for what?
7,500 is not a number.
So, well, it is. So we're talking about two different things. There's the platter options for people that don't want to think too hard. They just want to be told what to do. In other portions of the code, there are 3 tiers of home sizes that have different increasingly more efficiency standards they have to meet as they go up in size. So 0 to 5,000 square feet, you could pick any compliance option you want if you want to do the work.
Okay.
5,000 to 7,500 square feet, you are limited in your options and you have to go toward more of a performance design. 7,500 and over, you're you have to design a really, really energy efficient home with some compliance tool, some software-based options, some performance homes. And that idea is something we've had in our code for a long time around here. Is kind of the bigger you go with more windows and all kinds of systems, the more efficient you have to be.
Mhm. Okay.
Well,
Does that
I'm
make
not a
sense?
builder, so it may not matter. I'm not real clear on what's the difference between 5,000 and 7,500. What I'm doing differently.
So we can, I can,
Sorry?
My house on top of that is a lot.
Okay,
so are you talking about like what's required for compliance?
no. I don't think so. I think I'm talking about which platter am I on?
Well, if you're building a 5,500 square foot home.
Yeah.
You would be in this large platter if you wanted to choose the platter.
Alternatively, you could go and design it yourself and demonstrate how you're meeting the efficiency requirements. So the platters are if you're lazy and you want to just have a buffet.
I am
instead of
lazy.
Ordering off a menu.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys. Okay.
No.
But R 40832 sets the large platter requirements at 7,500 threshold.
I just changed that number because I had made an error when I drafted this.
Well, okay, so the 7,500 in both locations goes to 5,000.
Yes, that's correct.
That's all it is.
My question is, if we change it, or if we leave it at 5,000 instead of the 3,500 where it used to be, what are the practical differences from the performance to what's the other plan?
So again, I wish I had like a
Like
big whiteboard I could draw on, but
potential benefit to the overall goals of the county's climate work are we giving up by making this change?
so it's a great question. And I'll say it's hard to quantify because we're talking about cost savings over time, generally. The most concrete answer I could give you is that we're going to allow homes that are between 3,500 square feet to 5,000 square feet. We're going to let those homes continue to choose prescriptive compliance. Okay.
Trying to understand how much potential efficiency are we giving up by allowing them to do that?
Matt, can I chime in before you answer? I really
can.
need to
Yeah, go ahead.
clarify something. There is
Kim?
nothing,
Kim, I'm
there's-
sorry. Could you speak up, please? It's kind of hard to hear with the
Yeah.
vent going on.
can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
That's
That's
better.
better.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So there is nothing in the LECC or in these amendments that requires a home that is either normal size, whatever we decide that size is, or large, up to 7,500, to go with a performance-based pathway. So Matt, there's nothing in the language similar to what you currently have in the San Miguel County Code that requires a home in that large category to use a performance-based pathway. They can use prescriptive with these large platter requirements. That's what that is all about, which is this platter applies to the point credits that a house has to achieve if it goes through the prescriptive checklist pathway. If a home goes through a performance pathway, then they have to meet a score or an energy use number. But there's nothing, until a house is above 7,500 square feet, they can choose any methodology of compliance they want. So that's where the difference comes into play when you're trying to decide and comparing it to what San Miguel County has had into place related to the 3,500 square foot threshold. What I've heard and witnessed is that homes going through the prescriptive pathway, even in compliance with this code, the prescriptive pathway does not necessarily require as efficient of a home as a performance-based pathway. Even though the code does its best to try to create equity between those different pathways of compliance, it's not exact. And so I think that if San Miguel County doesn't continue to use a 3,500 square foot threshold, that then there is loss in efficiency required for those homes in that size category. Does that make sense at all? And I don't, this isn't a live or die, adopt or don't adopt like argument that I want to make over the size. In other jurisdictions, it's come down to a political decision making at the county level or the elected official level. So I'm not trying to argue with Matt here. I just do want to make sure and clarify that there is nothing in the code or the amendments as it's written that's going to require a performance based compliance pathway for the large homes. Does that help and make sense?
If I may, Kim, has there been any definitive measurement of that difference?
I would have to ask some of my colleagues. It's really hard.
I'm just trying to think of, you know, we want to be able to defend this in a meaningful way. And we know that, you know, at the end of the day, we're gonna have some property owners who want to build their dream homes, because that's what they do here. And they're gonna say, why are you forcing me into this? And we want to have very firm ground to stand on in order to say, this is the difference in as definitive a way as possible. And until we have that definitive result, I think, again, it's this board's prerogative, and it ultimately is the Board of Commissioners' prerogative to select where that right tune is. So.
Yeah, and you know, I appreciate the indulgence in the earlier questions I had, because it was to arrive at my opinion on what Kim had said earlier about that 3,500 square foot number.
Great.
You know, to me, as someone who is going through this process, and we're looking to build the least expensive home that contains the stuff we have. We're not looking to build anything super fancy. Well, maybe it'll be fancy the way we make it, but yeah. But one of the things that I really liked about what I'm realizing is the prescriptive, which is kind of a misnomer, is that it gives me more creative ways to achieve a efficient home that are not as prescriptive. So as building science evolves, as techniques evolve, which is all happening faster than the code evolves, especially if the LECC is managed at a state level, which is why I do like some more of the local control aspect of it. I could see a potential where in that envelope of the 24 to say 4,000 square foot home, there may be building science advancements that would take code changes in these very, very specific ways of meeting it versus say something that could be worked into the res check on a software update or those sorts of things. So, you know, I'm wondering if by the 3,500 being parochial about that, if we're locking out the potential to do that without having to every month, oh, this new zip system tech came out, or oh, this new building envelope thing came out. We have to go in and amend some of this. And I think that's that window where maybe we kind of shake it out and see what happens. And then if we decide we do need to we're not seeing people coming up with these great res checks at 3,000 square foot. Okay, we got to crank this back in to meet the county's goals. At least that's where my head is at in terms of deciding more on, let's see what happens at 5,000. And if we see that we're venting heat to the atmosphere like crazy in 3,700 square foot homes, then we look at, well, then we got to address this because we're not meeting our goals. Does that ramble make sense?
I guess that's what I wanted to clarify, is that there, in this language, res check can be used all the way up to 7,500 square feet. There is no longer a requirement for a HERS rating at a large home size.
And given that they don't exceed 30% floor fenestration ratio.
Right,
So-
the other amendments would still apply, but yes.
So what is the net effect then, I guess, of 35 versus 5,000 square foot here? I mean, 5,000 just seems, it seems harmonized with the available building materials in our region outside of the county.
Right.
You know, Builder Source, ABC, et cetera, versus being a little bit more bespoke is going to counter our other goal, which is affordability of building homes. If we have to order in special material, that special material also has at least another extra hour and a half drive to get here. And so, you know, that's why I was thinking, asking questions like nominals for garage door. Anyways, and this is all purely on saying which side of that number. I'm probably leaning more towards a 5,000 just and seeing what happens. So,
Lee, if I may.
Man.
I think to respond to Jared's point, how do we explain our rationale here? One way to explain it would be to say, we think that there's kind of two different arguments. One is if we stay at 5,000 square feet, the argument is this new LACC is so much more energy conservative that we don't feel we need the 3,500 square foot requirement any longer because we're already getting such better energy efficiency at every square footage just by following the LACC. Doesn't matter how big your house is. The other argument would be to say, look, San Miguel County has always wanted to be ahead of the game and be the most efficient that we can possibly be. That's why we established the 3,500 square feet to begin with. And yes, this is more efficient, but we want to keep pushing for that efficiency. And therefore, we want to maintain the 3,500 square feet because we still want to be at the forefront of efficiency. So I think the question here today, as Kim said, is political. Do we still want to be pushing for efficiency over and above efficiency? Or do we think that the LACC checks our box and as a county, we're happy to sit with the status quo and see how it goes? That's the question.
That's a good
Mine.
explanation.
I think in order to know that, I, for one, would need to see a lot more information about like the homes that are being built, the sizes of the homes that are being built, the homes over a certain threshold, if they're generally occupied year round or not, if there's like a clear line there where we see that homes are built and empty. I just feel like we don't have enough information to know. And then also like the additional or lost efficiency, what that actual is.
One of them you can see right here in this first bullet point that's on the screen, a 10% reduction in total thermal conductance. So right there you can say, okay, 10% of your thermal conductance is what you're losing in those 1,500 square feet. If we go from 3,500 to
Well,
5,000.
again, and this is
Not
this is-
exactly efficiency, but.
and this is a platter thing here. So
Yeah.
again, don't we, I guess if I can say, I think you nailed it on the head and I heard your question and I think what you said makes sense. In my opinion, and this is just my opinion, again, I have to take into account the feedback I've heard from you all, the Board of Review, other builders, and just the general tone of things. And recognize that we are going forward with the LACC. To me, if we can also, like I said before, say we're going to take it largely as it's written and let it work and see how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
And if our other neighbors feel like they want to ratchet down some of those things or make it a little more stringent, then we can come back and say maybe we should go with them and align for both clarity but also progress. In the meantime, what I'm happy to do is to commit to come back to you all in like 6 months with to the extent that I am able to provide some data to you to kind of help define like, yeah, how many homes are we even permitting in these ranges? We can pull the data together. It's not something that we do often. I wish we did a little more, but whatever. We can pull some numbers together and see, first of all, what's the quantity? Are we talking like 2 homes or 50 homes? That's relevant. I can also try to work with Kim and then our grant cohort and some other folks and see what sort of statistics I can pull on like measurable efficiency. Kind of maybe on the cost to build side versus the savings over time side. There are some general numbers out there. It's hard to get regionally specific data because, well, I mean, we just don't measure a lot here. I don't know, and Kim knows a lot more about all that stuff, and I don't know if we need to necessarily have that conversation right now. But I am happy to say come back in like 6 months and provide some data, and after we have that conversation, maybe, yeah, we see based on these objective data points that we need to make a couple of changes, or we let it ride, or whatever else. That's kind of my thought, and with that, I guess I'll let Lee, you're in charge here. So,
Yes, I am. I remember that part. All right. So we have the question of whether to leave this at these 2 figures and thresholds for the platters which are not specifically the code, but packages of the code, I
Mhm.
think we can say. Packages of compliance,
Yeah,
maybe?
remember that, the code has all these things that have to be met. What these are is if you would like a simple pathway towards meeting all of these things.
Right.
Pick this, and then if you go larger, you have to, come off the first menu plus pick two more.
Right, so these are combos.
So it really does allow flexibility. So I think we're getting a little too, this is still these were written to achieve the energy efficiency goals.
Mhm.
And I think, whether, it's 3,500 or 5,000 or 7,500. That's probably a detail that we could do some study over time,
Mhm.
come back to and say, this just isn't really where it needs to be. Let's adjust the targets. And kind of, move
Okay,
on.
yeah,
Question.
no. Yeah, go ahead. I'm good.
I like Matt's proposal to come back in 6 months with more information, just because I think for everything we do, it would be interesting to know more about what is actually being built. If there were an actual change that came out of that, would it go into effect on that October 1st, 27 timeline with everything else, or would it then be 6 months after that or something?
That's a great question. I think we have some options. I will say, a condition of the grant from the Colorado Energy Office that we're participating in is we have to, in order to continue receiving grant funds, we have to adopt the LACC no later than, the end of September.
This year.
Yeah. Okay. And they've allowed us to have an implementation date for a year later, or an enforcement date. I think if we do that, we've satisfied the conditions of both the state statutes and the grant. If we want to come back and work into the process, ratcheting down those square footages, I would kind of propose having a subsequent implementation date to ratchet down the
For
square
that,
footages.
yeah.
Because, let's say in 6 months we have a conversation and we're like, oh, it's very clear and apparent we need to alter the square footage thresholds, but we're still going to enforce that on October 1st of 2027. Well, now the guy that's gone off of the code for his 6,000 square foot home finds out he has to do performance design, it will kill the project.
Well, when does that actually take effect for a project? Is it the day you pull your permit? Is it the day you get your?
It's the day you apply, the day you submit a complete application locks you into a code cycle. Does that
So
make
they
sense?
haven't started building yet, though.
No, but they're designing. I mean, the home that's gonna be breaking ground next fall is already probably 70 to 80% complete, I would
Right.
just guess. And I know because last time we did the code adoption, I mean, that came up a lot. It was, I know one project that, well, what I was told was the HERS score, the maximum HERS score allowed went down drastically from 70, I think it used to be, to in 61. And to make those changes, even within 8 months, 9 months, upwards of a year, it was not feasible for the project, and it killed the project. But
Wow.
well, and
All
again,
we're
that's
doing
what I
is
was
just
told. So
insulation and a different U factor on a window, and boom, you're done. So it's not like we're completely changing the math on them.
no, but I mean, if the square footages change and the allowable paths to compliance change,
The allowable paths shouldn't change according to what Kim is saying. It would just,
no, but
the
no.
large platter requirements would go from 5,000 to 3,500. You just have to do 2 additional.
No, but that's the platter. So again, if someone doesn't want the platter, if they're saying, I'm gonna go off the prescriptive, I'm gonna go through it as an architect and pick my allowable insulation, blah,
So
blah,
that
blah, all
number
these types of
would
things.
also go down.
If that square footage goes down, yeah, exactly.
Got it.
Then they have to switch compliance pathways. It can blow up the
Can change
project.
Okay, couple of observations. One is, as has been pointed out, this is a political question,
Mhm.
not a technical question. The second is that we know, we don't know when, but we know that Mill Creek and Deep Creek Mesa projects are, online
Mhm.
and possible. And it's, I think, quite likely that some of the homes that will be built in those two would have to comply with whatever code we come up with. Is
Mhm.
that not
Actually,
correct?
anywhere in the county, whether it's in the subdivision or a PUD or unplatted.
Right.
When they submit a complete building permit application, they will have to comply with the code
Right.
that is in effect at the time. The only exception is the West End Zone District.
Right. I didn't mean to suggest that otherwise, but I guess my point was that we know there's some nice houses that are going to be built fairly soon right down the street. I would support sticking with the 3,500 because I think politically, if in 6 months we decide to change it because we know more, it's going to be easier to go up than it is to come down.
Actually, it's harder to increase. So if we set the large platter at 3,500 and we change our mind and want to go up,
Yeah.
that's actually harder.
Why?
How so?
People will object that we're making it more strict.
Less strict. Going up makes it less strict in this case.
Doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
changing the square footage threshold higher means I
Okay.
can build a bigger house.
I think you'll see, I think you'll see opposition either way. You'll have one group that says, this is great, I can still achieve the impact outcome, but I have more options. And then you'll see another group that says, no, I want you to have less options and you got to do it this specific way, right? So I think to me, I think that it's a ratchet, right? You can get a ratchet to go the wrong way if you push hard enough, but it's a whole lot easier to ratchet in the other direction. So I can see what is being said here, 3 to 5, 3,500 to 5 versus the other way.
Okay, well, let's take a quick straw poll.
What is the question?
The question is where to set the threshold for the platter.
So to clarify, it's not just the platter, it would be the idea of the square footage tiers throughout the code.
Correct.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay. So we're looking at, go ahead.
How much of this is already in the code and how much of it is an actual change? That's brand new. If you could kind of. How much it is.
Well, can you ask the
So,
question
so
another way?
like some so obviously the LACC is new.
Yep.
But. How much is already in the 2018 code amendments? Versus what we have to do new for 2024. To align with the LACC.
Okay,
It's a
so.
better idea for you.
So the platter idea is fully new, and then the platter idea is totally new
Mhm.
compared to our code today.
Mhm.
Where we're at today, we say, if you're building a home up to 3,600 square feet and below, you can choose whichever compliance pathway for energy code you want to. You can go off the prescriptive requirements. You can hire an energy consultant to do a HERS score. You can do whatever you want. If you're over 3,600 square feet, you must conform with the requirements for the energy. It's called the ERI pathway. It means you have to hire a consultant and demonstrate through software that your home meets a maximum efficiency score.
Mhm.
So we have 2 tiers right now, 3,600 and above, 3,600 and below. Everything's available at 3,600 below. You are limited you are only allowed to build a performance home at 3,600 square feet and above.
Demonstrate
How you demonstrate the efficiency.
to achieve it or the choices.
It-
in that.
Well, I'm going to say HERS. I'm going to start saying HERS.
Mhm.
HERS stands for Home Energy Rating System. It's a compliance, it's a tool that allows you to when you're doing your takeoffs and whatever you're putting how you're going to construct your home, you put all those elements inside the software. The window efficiency, the wall insulation, the wall components, roof insulation, roof material, all kinds of lighting, mechanical, everything about the home goes into the software. It analyzes it. It spits out a number and says, hey, compared to this model home that's in the background of the software, all of the components are built into it. Compared to this model home of the same size, if you get a score of 53, that means you are only using 53% of the energy that model home is using.
So it's a good thing.
The lower the score, the better for hers. Okay, that's the performance pathway, the ERI pathway. Okay, so right now today, at 3,600 square feet and above, you have to choose that pathway. You have to go hire someone to use that software to demonstrate that your home meets a 61 or lower. That's our target today. In the LACC, that idea is extended. So you have requirements from 0 to 5,000 square feet. You have every option available to you in the world. You can choose prescriptive. You can choose to hire an integrator and get a HERS score. You could do whatever you want. From 5,000 to 7,500, there are some additional restrictions regarding how you demonstrate compliance built in. Over 7,500 square feet, there are more restrictions and the requirement to do a HERS score. Okay. So, Kim?
Can I just rephrase what you said about the large home category?
Okay.
It's not that you're restricted to a particular compliance pathway or that you're restricted with what you can do, but you are required to make your home 10% more efficient. So whether you're complying via the prescriptive pathway in which you have to get credits, which then you could use this large platter option, or if you are complying via a HERS score, then your score has to be better than if it was a smaller home. Or there's a third compliance pathway, which is very similar to HERS. But it's literally for the homes all the way up to 7,500 square feet, that if you are a regular size, you have to be X amount of efficient. And if you are a large home, then you have to be 10% more efficient. That's
10% more efficient than what?
than the regular size home. The regular size home requirement, you have to be 10% more with 10 credits, etc.
So is there still a HERS number we're working towards, like the 61?
If the home was to choose home, I'll just use home, I don't know who, was to choose the performance-based pathway, then yes, you're working with a HERS score. If they're choosing a prescriptive checklist, then they have to achieve more points. And that's what the platter applies to, is helping them achieve those points.
So with the HERS pathway, what is the number they have to achieve now?
I'd have to look at the code itself, but it's
I'm pulling it up.
better. It's better than if it was a smaller home.
So I think that's one of the questions then is, it's exactly what you keep getting at. How much are we changing things already? Like if now you have to hit a 50, that's already a huge change from a 61.
Yeah.
So it'd be
Yeah.
a good number to know.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Well,
I'm
We-
so hungry.
I'll kick off your straw poll.
Please.
I would be in favor of starting with the recommendation of 5,000 to see its impact, specifically because it leaves the largest number of options on the table. In that we're talking about the method, but it sounds like the outcome is still the same. A highly efficient home, it's how you prove it and achieve it is the difference in that 1,500. And I think it'd be interesting to get some data to see what does that mean. So I would be in favor of taking the recommendation of 5,000 and assessing in a reasonable amount of time, potentially bringing it down to 3,600. I think is the real number, because I think that's the number that's in code. Is it 36 or 30? So 3,600 at a future meeting, because that seems like a minor. That seems like from a process perspective to be minor. So that's where my head's at.
All right, Ian, what do you think?
I'm leaning towards keeping it at 3,600 rather than liberalizing, let's say, the number to
Mhm.
allow people waste more energy, basically.
Hmm.
So that's, unless I can be
Okay.
convinced otherwise.
Yeah, I think if I'm understanding correctly, what Kim is saying about there is a loss of efficiency potentially. And also I understand wanting to be kind of in line with the jurisdictions. But I don't know enough about the Mountain Village, you know, how they make their decisions, what their climate goals are compared to the counties. That doesn't seem to me like a compelling enough reason, given that everything's not the same anyway. So I guess my inclination would be to stay at the number we've been at. And then if there's enough information to show that that additional flexibility doesn't represent a massive loss in efficiency and would help enough builders, I would look at changing it then. But I do think it would be harder to go the other way.
Hard. So you're saying stick with like the kind of 3,600 square feet
Yeah.
and then relax that, which means increase it if.
Yeah, if the information you bring us shows that that doesn't represent a massive step backwards potentially towards the county's climate goals. And B, there are a number of like people trying to build for whom they're falling in that category and losing something important, then I would definitely be open to looking at changing it. But I think changing it from where we've been and then trying to go back is really awkward.
You don't have to answer this question, but just what if whatever data we can pull together is like vague or inconclusive? As far as measured efficiency. So just.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would know a lot more if we even just had a spreadsheet of like the number of houses at what size are being built typically in a year in the county. Like, it's just really hard right now because it's so abstract in terms of the number of people affected, the potential climate impact. I just don't think we have enough information to like move that needle right now. I understand a lot of other needles are moving at the same time, but there's something to be said for staying where we've been. And then if we can give people that flexibility without big downside, moving it then.
We could also be encouraging the other jurisdictions to change their standards to meet ours rather than vice versa.
Did you get that number? I'm really curious.
Sorry, I got distracted. I'm the HERS. It's 53.
So it's coming down.
It's coming down 8 points. 8 points. Or if you're going to include on-site produced power, so like a solar array, it goes down even further to a 43.
Why? That doesn't make any sense.
It goes back to like that double dipping. So
So
yeah,
doesn't let you get away with.
yeah. In the ERI software, you can use things like solar to reduce your score, but we don't want to just, you know.
Call solar.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I love that, and that alone could convince me to stay with the 5,000. But my head keeps going back to our what the heck's it called? Our affordable housing mitigation fee, and the commissioners agreed that a 2,000 square foot house is what a family needs. I feel like that's still a little on the small side, but they basically already politically said that a bigger home can afford a mitigation fee and it's a luxury. And so for me, kind of keeping in suit with that, I like the 3,600, A, because it's consistent with what we've been doing, and B, because we've already politically said that if you can build a 3,600 square foot home, you can afford a mitigation fee, and therefore you should be able to afford a more efficient house.
I would completely agree with you, but there's a point at which, you know, I live in, I think it's a 2,000 square foot house. It's not big. It really isn't. And if you can build a much bigger house that's 50% larger or even more, than get up into 3,000 square feet, that's comfortable.
Very comfortable.
After that, you know,
It's luxury.
And the other point I want to make is that I'm sure it's not quantifiable, but I just get this feeling that might be running out of, wealthy people are running out of places to build really big homes. And they're going, the not quite rich are going towards the smaller homes because they can fit into certain lots or whatever. So we have to make sure those guys are being covered by pretty stringent energy requirements. And they can afford it. If they can't afford it, build a smaller home. That's your choice.
Matt, what do you think? The other Matt, sorry.
Yeah, I think the 36 is probably where I would land too. I don't see any reason to incentivize like trying to avoid or get around some efficiency to build a bit, like building a bigger house to try to avoid efficiency doesn't seem right. So I think the 36 is probably where I would land on it right now.
Okay, thanks. I'll observe that we don't get the constituent feedback directly that Matt does. So he's at the point of the spear. But I think also, again, in terms of the political process, if we stick with the 36, and I think our permitting public will let us know that there's a better threshold, and here's why. So they may be able to give you some of your research, Matt, just from the application process. Did you have your hand up, Darren? Oh, okay. So I'm a 36 or 2.
Can ask a question, but I won't respond to it.
What?
Is the net outcome efficiency of a home built 3,700 square feet going to change whether the requirement is at 3,600 or 5,000? So if I'm going to build it, I'm not, by the way, I'm not even close to this, 3,700 square foot home, okay? If I build it, if we adopt 5,000 versus 3,600, does the actual home change in terms of its energy consumption based on which number we choose? Because we're talking about how it meets a standard, not what the total efficiency is, correct?
The answer is,
Oh, sorry.
I think Kim's got an answer for
the
that.
answer is yes, because you're
Okay.
defining what criteria that home has to meet. And if the home is in the large size criteria, then it is required to be more energy efficient.
Right, but I'm talking about, I'm sorry, Kim, I'm talking about this 5,000 to 3,600 number, because there's,
Correct.
the LEC has above 7,500 and below 7,500, right? And we're talking about in that 0 to 7,500, where do we set a more stringent set of requirements? So
Correct.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, the total therms or kilowatt hours used, does it change whether I use the more specific list that's in the platters, or if I use the wider portfolio of ways to achieve an outcome?
So this is not specific to the platters. The platters is part of the compliance for the prescriptive pathway. However, what the difference, does the platters create a good example? If you are a small size home, will you small, large, and extra large, does that work? Or normal, large, extra large? If you're a normal size home, then you have to meet, say, 10 points. And that platter for that normal size home will help you meet those 10 points. If you fall into the large category, and this is what the size threshold that you're discussing here, if you fall into the large category, then you have to meet 20 points. So your home has to be 10 points more energy efficient, and those points are what they call energy credits. So you are required to have your home be more energy efficient in that large home category.
And how does that, call it 20 point, compared to our current 3,601 square foot requirement? Is it substantially more, or is it the same?
So you're asking about the comparison between the codes themselves, between our 2018 requirement of a HERS score of 61 and the 2024 LECC requirement of either prescriptive pathway or HERS score requirement for that home that's in a large category. So it's kind of a big comparison. That's all I'm trying to point out there. But that kind of comes down to what the score comparison was that was discussed before of the current score requirement is 61. The new score requirement in the LACC for a normal size home is, Matt, did you say 54?
53.
53. And if the home is going to be defined as a large home, if it is larger, then the score has to be 40,
61?
48, 49. It's a better
that's
score
right.
that's required if we're using the HERS score metric.
So across the board, we're gonna have more efficient homes. If we do nothing else other than adopt the LHCC, the homes will be significantly more efficient. That's cool.
Ideally, yes, that's the case. Yeah.
I think I'm with this, Matt, on this is a lot of steps to take in one tranche. And so I was just curious because to see if it would change my opinion either
Mhm.
way. I think I stick to my original opinion.
Okay. Well, then we have, and I'm a 3,600 square feet.
Yep.
So,
It's okay, we do this to Kay all the time. We tell her, hey, we'd like you to change this, please.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, you brought up a good point. It's like, yeah, I deal with the building community and constituents a lot more than you do, but it's very easy for me to say, hey, wasn't my decision. So, no, and
we're used to that.
no, and so, yeah, if that's what you all feel is appropriate, that's what this is for. I'm just thinking, what would be best to work those numbers into this amendment document before we have it to go to the BOCC?
Well, ideally, and we still have a fair amount of the document to look at here, we did not anticipate this one topic to take over an hour. Actually, we're at 2 hours now on the overall thing here.
Yeah.
But at the end of this, we need a motion recommending, and as we do with any code amendment, we recommend with conditions. And so that's where that would be documented is, it would be a motion to recommend to the BOCC to adopt with the condition that
Yep.
this be.
That would
this
change
be
the square
changed.
footage threshold.
Yeah.
And that'll our value also that we have to change and a couple little typo things.
Yeah,
So that all gets wrapped up and then you
Yeah.
send that to the BOCC.
Yeah, you guys don't need to call out typos in your motion, just let staff know and we'll fix it.
and Kim, were you gonna say something?
I was just gonna say, I think the easy way for the motion would just include direction to add the regional amendment that modifies this large home size to 3,500 or 3,600 square feet. And then that language can be taken from our regional template and added back in.
Wait.
Since
that
the
one is
language
on
has already been created, it just wasn't included here. And then the other sizes are more type correction or corrections in accordance with that. And our team can help you with that, Matt, if you'd like.
Well, so wait, say that again, Kim. Just what to include in the motion right now? What you think you would take care of it?
So I think it would be direction
Here,
to.
here, time out. Let me share
Sorry.
my screen and pull this back up. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Time out.
Think we can cap that.
Let me just write it.
Yeah, I think it would be a motion to amend section R 408.40.3.
I get the point I'm trying to say though, sorry to cut you off, but the point I'm trying to say is it's not just section 408. The actual
Okay.
size categories, it's a whole nother amendment that we created for the regional packet that
Okay.
changes that large home size definition to 3,600 in this place. You just change 3,500 to 3,600. And then you'd also change that number everywhere else in the document or the amendments that is referring to the 5,000, you'd change it to 3,600.
Yeah, so, Matt, what you're typing up there to say, and including an amendment to change the large home definition to match the regional amendment or the regional recommendation, whatever that is.
And then I assume when you go to the BOCC, you'll reflect this conversation.
Yep.
So that they
Will.
can go
I
through
will
the same process.
Probably all I'll talk about because there's.
And they very well may undo this, but at least we're handing them consistency with the current.
So,
Can we go to the bathroom, please?
yeah,
Go ahead. You can wait.
oh, Matt looks busy and it's for him.
What's up?
Um, I want to make sure that we're not affecting the grant and that we can meet our deadline, in other words, of making it, we have to agree to it by October. And then you will implement it next year, correct, or the end of the
Yep.
year?
So the plan, in order to satisfy the stipulations of the grant, would be to have a motion to recommend to the board the adoption of this code. And then next month, have the BOCC adopt, vote and approve to adopt the resolution that contains these code amendments and the recital document with it. If we do that by the end of September, we will have met the conditions of the grant, and we are allowed by the grant, the CEO, to begin enforcement of that, delay enforcement of that code to October 1 of 2027.
A full year.
Yeah.
Right. So, well, I guess those people you were talking about, the architects and so forth, and engineers, a year to get used to this.
Yep. A year to, if they're planning on applying for a permit after October 1 of 2027, they will have to design their plans to conform with the 2024 code and the LECC. Yep, as amended.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, let's take a 8-minute recess. We'll be back at 1:15.
Can we either take a longer recess to grab a bite or order it?
Well, I was gonna ask
We
about
were
it.
not expecting this
didn't-
meeting to last this long, so we didn't make lunch arrangements.
So I can say, I mean, there was some more in that document. There was some stuff about the REMP, the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, which that is unchanged essentially from what we're doing now. We've been doing that, and it matches largely what our jurisdictional partners are doing for the most part. What I've included here, we have some amendments to the solar, with some clarification to the solar readiness provision, which again is just like, tell us a little more about your area.
Let's agree on how much time it's gonna take to finish.
I mean, it depends on what you all want to hear. We can go through each one of these, or we can just.
If it's the same as before, I would say, let's move on.
Sure.
That's just me.
I was gonna suggest, I think that this may be another half hour, 45-minute discussion.
Mhm.
And so knowing that some people maybe haven't eaten yet today or haven't recharged their batteries regardless, I would suggest at least a 20-minute recess to let people run to the market and grab something.
Yeah.
And reconvene.
Okay.
And
I
we,
am not the chair.
I follow some interesting.
we also
Discussion.
wouldn't have to rush anything at that point too.
Okay,
Are any of you time constrained today?
4 p.m.
No.
I am actually, but I think most of there's only one other thing and then revisions to the motion that Matt just drafted that I'd like to just convey, but it doesn't have to be to the whole committee. I can just chat with Matt if he's available for 5 minutes, and then I do need to go, but.
Yeah.
okay.
We can wait to do this, but I'd like to make a comment about log homes, because I have some experience with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Take some time in that conversation.
Okay.
We are now in recess until 1:35.
Thank you all. Well, I'm here. Just wanted to
Thanks,
thank
Kim.
you.
I'll
Yeah,
give you a
thank
call here in a couple minutes.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks.
Yeah.
An hour ago.
So 2 more minutes.
Back, so maybe Matt is back.
I forgot the time.
Hmm.
I just. I mean, I think brush it down. So it's always like, there were 3 people.
Okay, how we doing? All back? Okay. I guess I'll join in too. Right. I have the computer working. Not supposed to. Okay, thanks, guys. Glad we had a break. Go ahead and continue to chew if you wish to. Turn off your cameras, if you were so inclined. And we will now reconvene. I believe, Matt, we're on solar readiness document clarifications. Excellent. Let's bang through them.
Try. All right, here we go. Whoa. Okay, all right. So we have an amendment here regarding solar readiness document clarification. This just the underlined text there is just further defining what it means for someone to show their solar ready zone on the plans. We're saying you have to not only just show us that there's a solar ready zone, but you have to say how big it is and provide the load information for, the live load information, and also show on your plans where you are actually putting the raceway for the electrical work to be. Okay, so that's it. I don't know why. Oh. I can't remember why there's 2 different sections there. I'd have to get in the code to see, but that's all that amendment's doing is just adding some clarification to what it means to identify your solar ready zone. Any questions on that one? Great. So because we deleted chapter 11 out of the IRC and we have to now incorporate our renewable energy mitigation program language inside of the LECC amendments. This is totally unchanged from what we are currently working with today.
Got it.
Nice. So is anyone completely unfamiliar with the idea of REMP, or the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program?
Only in the sense, like, I know what it is. I read your text here, but at our workshop earlier this summer, there was some discussion from the consultant about how different counties do it. Like, you're allowed 1 hot tub, but not 2. You're allowed a hot tub in the winter, but not year round, stuff like that. So I would like to, if we have time, dive into that a little more and find out what is our program.
Okay, so right now today, it is effectively, I'm holding up 4 here. There are 4 things that trigger REMP. They are exterior hot tubs, exterior pools, heated garages, and exterior snow melt. So like snow melt for a driveway. Only those 4 things. So if you are going to include any one of those 4 things in your project, you have to fill out the spreadsheet that we have that was provided many years ago by REG Engineering. And they still provide an updated service, which I'll get into later. But so this spreadsheet has the engineering firm did a bunch of math and provided all these rates inside of the spreadsheet that measure based on whatever you're installing. So if you're going to install a hot tub, you have to put the parameters of the hot tub into the spreadsheet. So what's its standby? How many watts is it drawing on standby? Right. The size of the hot tub, and those things go into the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet calculates the CO2 pounds per year that use will generate.
Mhm.
And then it has a mitigation factor that is output in the spreadsheet. And you either pay a fee to mitigate, or you have to have like on-site mitigation measures, like most commonly a PV array.
Mhm.
And you can put, so the spreadsheet will either say you owe us this much money for that specific thing. Or if you're going to, you can, at the top of the sheet, you can put how many KW of PV you're going to install in your project. And if it's enough to offset the carbon impact of that system, of that hot tub per se, for example, then the fee that you owe the county will be zero. So you can offset your energy use through like on-site renewable energy, or you can just pay a fee. And so the exercise would be the same for a heated garage. You put the square footage of the heated garage, the spreadsheet calculates the carbon per year, gives you the mitigation rate.
Okay,
So that's how it works.
great.
We have paid REG, the consulting firm, for a newer spreadsheet. Right now, we're not gonna bring that forward or plan on incorporating that in. We don't have it scheduled to update our rent spreadsheet, basically.
Mhm.
When that happens, we'll bring it to you first, and then we'll go to the Board of County Commissioners. The new spreadsheet is based off of some new math. It's an improved version, and it would also allow us to incorporate other things like heat tape on a roof. So the idea is outdoor energy consumption outside of a thermal envelope. So we want to mitigate those uses. And also along with that, we would have the ability to adjust the mitigation rates.
Sure.
So if we want to bolster the fund, that the county commissioners can take that. If someone pays in lieu instead of mitigating on site, it goes into a fund. It's called the Energy Fund. The San Miguel County Commissioners can choose to allocate those funds for things to, offset carbon consumption.
Right.
So
Okay.
right now, there's these carve outs down below, like your single family square, 200 square foot snow melt, whatever. But what is the mitigation? It's 100% mitigation? And at what dollar rate?
I'd have to get the spreadsheet to look at that, which we can do. I don't know off the top
We
of my
don't need to
head.
go on the spreadsheet right now, but I would be curious because like I said, some jurisdictions do it differently. So do we do a 100% offset of your CO2 usage and at what rate? That would be something.
That's a good question. I'd have to, like, again, get in the spreadsheet and look. But I think the take home is that we've been doing this. The version of the spreadsheet that we are using is the same version for the most part that the town of Telluride and the town of Mount Village are using. They've made some changes to it. Like, for example, the town of Telluride exempts snow melt inside of a window well because they require that by code. So it's not, they said it's not fair for us to require you to snow melt here, but then also charge you a fee for it. We have in ours a 200-foot exemption of exterior snow melt for just in case somebody wants to put hydronic snow melt outside of their door, right? Because it's icy sometimes. So we allow up to 200 square feet. Is the mitigation 100%? I probably, based off of the math, like whatever the CO2 pounds per year that's calculated, I would assume it's 100%, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I did this form recently and it was pretty close, at least in my application, what it would have been for the heated garage. And with the incentives from San Miguel Power, if you're gonna go that far, you're already incented to go beyond what the county is required to do offset time of use too. So there's kind of two things interlocking that seems to output pretty good results.
Awesome.
Okay.
Matt, on the heated garages, I see that this mentions R18.
Yep,
That'd be
that's
changed to R16.
yep, we're gonna do that right now. Thank you.
That's the one. And then, I don't know if you're gonna walk through all of this, but I was curious, on the 2-family residences and townhomes, they only get 50 square feet. Single family home gets 200, multifamily gets 100, so why are they all different?
Let's go over there. Where are we?
Number 3, you only get 50 square feet per dwelling unit.
The rationale is there is just again, like, two-family home is, connected. So we would assume, that'd be 50 per unit, right?
And
So,
you get your 100.
yeah, you get 100 feet of exempt square, and I think it's a spatial issue. We can change those if you think we should and
Do you
make
think we
them.
could?
I mean, no, we wouldn't really. I don't think we've ever. Well, I know we haven't permitted any townhomes since I've been here. We have only permitted a couple duplexes, and none of them have had any RIMP things. So I don't see a reason to change it necessarily.
No worries.
I copied this over from our existing document where there's some
Okay.
grammar errors. So that's the RIMP in essence. Any other questions there? We're gonna carry over what we have now. In the future, we may bring a new spreadsheet to you, but that'll be its own thing someday. Let's go past all of this. Okay, so this is a small section, but it's important section. This is our amendment to the code that is allowing us to define what a significant or what is the word? A substantial alteration is, and when you would be required to then comply with the LECC. So in essence, there's a tipping point where you alter or remodel a certain percentage of your home enough to where we say, all right, you removed enough wall covering and insulation, this, that, and the other. You need to bring the whole structure up to modern code standards. So what we're working with, this is, I suppose you'll want to have a conversation about this. Where alterations where the work area is 50% or more of the gross conditioned floor area, and that term is defined, of the dwelling unit, excluding crawl spaces and attics, shall comply with sufficient measures from table R408.2.
And is that the same threshold for code compliance in general?
What do you mean?
Well, as you stated, there's a compliance threshold. If you are doing a mod, you're.
Yeah, so the
Is it also
code as
50%?
the LECC has written doesn't have any, it just says if you're doing a substantial remodel, you have to conform to R408.2.
Right.
We're defining what substantial means by saying if you're doing 50% of the floor area or more.
Right. My question is this the same threshold for this efficiency question as it is for bringing everything else up to code? Is it 50%?
I guess I don't understand your
So if
question
you're
entirely.
following a residential building code, not the LECC, but just like residential, and I want to knock out a corner of my house and rebuild it.
Doesn't
Is the
it-
threshold also 50% of your square footage?
I think it relates to where you're doing it, right? The kitchen or the bathroom, or bedrooms. Is that true?
Oh, okay. All right.
So I guess,
That's okay. You came up with 50% was your recommendation. I'm good with it. I just wanted to know if it was consistent with our other thresholds.
this idea doesn't really exist in other outside of the energy code. Because I think, like, let's say that because there used to not be energy code, any energy efficiency code, right? There were no requirements to insulate your home. So if you were going to remodel 75% of your home, you would just do it. If you had to fix stairs that were non-conforming, you would do that.
Right.
So I guess what I'm saying is we generally apply, like, if you remove it, you have to put it back in a conforming way to modern standards.
Okay.
I think where some of this why we're talking about a 50% threshold and requiring a full retrofit. It's because now we're talking about things like all electric ready. Right. And those types of things where we say, again, if you're going to renovate more than 50% of your home, now you have to kind of carry that renovation into the rest of the home and make it all electric ready.
Fine.
The housing mitigation.
Housing mitigation only kicks in if you're actually adding floor area.
I don't wanna get us off track, I just.
So additions are addressed if in the LACC, not our amendments, but in the LACC, additions have to comply in their own way. They don't necessarily, well, if you're doing an addition over, if you're like doubling the size of your home, then you're required to retrofit your home and make it compliant to the LACC. Okay. But so additions are more clearly defined, whereas what we're doing here is defining what does substantial mean. It means 50% of your floor area or more. We can increase that number and say 75%. I have some examples of other jurisdictions that I was provided. I don't know if you want to take a look at those, or just do you feel like 50% is good? I have them on a slide here.
So I have a few questions.
Okay.
What if I want to replace my roof?
It's not defined as gross condition floor area.
What if I'm replacing like windows or siding around my whole house?
Windows or siding only. It's outside, like so windows, we would say is not. That's not,
Would have to be the building.
yeah, you'd have to put,
But that won't trigger the LACC, right?
no, it wouldn't require like again, it's not. So we can go to the definition of conditioned floor area. It's talking about the thermal envelope and the area inside of it.
But this
So-
doesn't say that. This says that substantial improvements where the work area is 50% or more of the gross conditioned floor area. So if I'm re-siding my whole house.
Your siding is not considered necessarily part of your building thermal envelope, is what I'm saying.
Okay, great. What if I want to knock out a wall?
If you knock out a wall, then we'll have to find a way to quantify, like if it's a 4-wall bedroom and you're knocking out an entire wall of that bedroom. I mean, I would probably be inclined to call that room the work area.
The whole room.
Mhm.
And so then does that have to all be solar ready? I guess you'd have to have like smart thermostats and stuff like that.
But it would have to, if that room is more than 50% of your entire conditioned floor area, then yeah, you have to meet the code, you have to retrofit. But that'd be a pretty big room relative to the rest of your house.
Heating your garage is not part of this, right? Because we're only looking at conditioned floor area.
Correct.
So if you decide you want to heat your garage, that doesn't trigger this.
Nope, it's not part of the conditioned floor area. As
And
defined.
then what if I want to install a plug for my electrical vehicle and I have to do some electrical work now? Does my whole house have to be covered?
I would,
That's nowhere near 50% of your floor area.
yeah.
No, but it's electrical. So then once you're touching electrical permitting, do you have to rewire your whole house?
No.
Right.
So a few that I'm coming up with that might, I guess the question is alterations versus say repair or maintenance. So let's say that you have 1,000 square foot manufactured home and the subfloor was made out of particle board in the late 90s. And you want to redeck it. Is that 100%? Though you're not changing the configuration of the home?
So you're talking about like an emergency repair versus like a planned alteration? kind of thing?
You walk on the floor and it's like walking in a bouncy castle. And you need to take the carpet up and take the failed subfloor out, put new subfloor in. Is that an alteration or is that like a maintenance item like reshingling a roof or what have you?
One thing that's gonna decide is whether or not it's an activity that would require a building permit. If you decide to rip out your carpeting and put in wood floors, that doesn't require a building permit.
Right, but if you're replacing subfloor, would
Does that
that,
require a building permit to replace a section of your plywood subfloor?
I mean, it could, so. I suppose if someone asked me that question, I would say, well, what are you talking about? Generally, if people are repairing like less than a square, so a 10 by 10 area, they say, no, you're exempt from that. If they're repairing their entire subfloor
That's different.
because something has failed, we would say, hey, you need to, we're gonna make you get a permit because we need to make sure that you're putting a code compliant subfloor back in.
Right.
It wouldn't cost nearly anything. And, you know,
So,
But-
it wouldn't cost nearly anything unless it triggers this.
so the floor, so we're talking about,
Cause a home like this is not. You know, if you to take a home that was to HUD standards in the late nineties to these energy efficiency. You're basically having to strip the entire building, re-insulate the roof, ceiling, redeck it, like it's. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
so.
and I know that's not something you're probably gonna come across much here, but where I live. That's like 50% of the town of Norwood right now.
So we have this exception here that says alterations that do not include the addition or replacement of equipment covered in these sections are
Okay.
exempt. So that takes, because if you go to those sections, R403
Yeah.
talks about your lighting systems, your any appliance you have in your house and the efficiency standards related to those.
Yep.
If you're not doing any work that alters that in any way, then you would be exempt. So that takes care of like your subfloor question.
Okay.
Could potentially take care of your wall question, although there's probably wiring and things like that in the wall. If it is just one wall of one room and it's not even getting close to that 50% threshold, or if it's, and again, what is the intent? Are you remodeling in essence, or are you repairing and doing maintenance, right? I think that's what this exception gets at.
And that's where I went to I'm assuming this is 18 IRC 4035, because I went in there and it says chapter 4 is foundations, maybe I'm in the wrong
No,
chapter.
this will be in the LECC R403.
Oh, okay, got it. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Do we need to add any specificity for you to be able to interpret and enforce this? Or is it good?
No,
Got it.
I don't like, it's always gonna be messy. Frankly, people are always gonna make a case why they're not.
Does
Like,
this
why
give
it's
enough wiggle?
49.7% and not 50.
Sure.
Well, does this give you enough wiggle room? I guess
Yeah.
would be my question.
Yeah, I think as much as we can get. I mean, we could look at some of the other examples and they all require a decision to be made at some point.
Okay.
So I have what I need here.
Okay.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
Great, cool. We have some amendments here to the commercial provisions in the LECC, which we don't deal with a ton. We don't permit a ton of commercial, like non-residential buildings, but this again is it's confusing, and it's in essence clarifying the way we calculate cooling and heating loads here for this area. So I don't know how to get into this without just making it wildly confusing. But there are outdoor design temperatures that, depending on where you pull your data, can vary. So we're just defining some of those outdoor temperatures here for our region, in essence.
Those are just the numbers, right?
They're just numbers. We're given some concrete numbers for consistency for applicants, basically. Yeah.
And those apply from east end to west end? Those are the right numbers?
Yes, for San Miguel County, that's correct.
Okay.
Great. Some more heat pump criteria. These match the same things we already discussed as far as in the commercial. So the LECC split into commercial provisions and residential provisions. So this heat pump criteria is what we've already addressed in the residential. We're just applying it now to commercial, saying you have to have a cold climate heat pump that can provide the energy it needs to here.
I'm sorry, CZ 6 and 7, what does that mean? Commercial zones?
Climate zones.
Climate zones.
So we are in climate zone 6B
Okay.
here in San Miguel County, the entire, I think the entire region really. So if we wanted to, we could take out the 7 because it doesn't apply to San Diego County, but whatever.
That's not the same as our agricultural.
No. We're talking climate zone for energy code purposes only. Yeah. Cool. We have some a small little amendment here for heated for pool covers and, again, just adding a little more to, we don't have a lot of pools either. But this addresses like if someone does put a pool in their plans, in a commercial space, they have to, their cover has to meet these standards.
Just on
Yes.
one, I understand this is about efficiency and heating, but should we have the exception given the fact that we're in a very dry zone with limited water and covers help prevent evaporation as well? Like, should we just get rid of the exception?
Oh. I mean, what, good? Just say it applies without an exception?
I would be in favor of that. I mean, everyone knows that reservoirs are kind of a failed science experiment because they leak water and evaporate in the West. So pools and spas are just a smaller version of that.
Yeah.
It would
Right.
only apply to heated pools.
Maybe everyone doesn't know that.
It would also apply to permanent spas.
They evaporate.
If anybody up here has a pool that's not heated, I want to meet them.
What? That's a great point. She said it doesn't actually require them to use the cover, just that they have to have it.
Rolled up in the shed.
And as Matt noted, this is used, they struck the word outdoors, so this also applies to the indoor now. And it also does apply to permanent spas, but almost everybody has a cover for their spa to keep it clean and keep bears out. So.
I think in this exception here, what it's doing is saying if you have heat pumps, you're exempt from this. Like, so in other words, it should say it's kind of in a way incentivizing like heat pumps. But I mean, we can strike it if you want. I don't,
That's not what we're addressing. Evaporative loss. We're trying to address energy efficiency.
true.
Maura, what would be language that would say, and you have to use it?
I'm not saying we shouldn't have to use it.
Right? No, I understand. How would we state that? No, it's the Madeline.
Let's
That's not-
Town Mountain Village.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, should we move on?
I think we can move on, I think. Also,
Okay,
So
This-
is that a no? No one supports that? Okay.
I would some other day.
Yeah, we're gonna focus on the heat part.
yeah. I will say, including things like you have to have it and use it is something that we'll never, ever enforce, right? There was there historically have been things in amendments, and it was proposed by the regional amendments to include things like signing up for I forget what the program's called with SMPA, like the green
Grants.
green
Totally green bird.
totally green. Yeah. I thought I took that out. Which requires like some auditing on our end. And frankly, I have no interest in doing that, nor do we have really the bandwidth to accommodate that. So to require that they sign up for a program and then, so they do it and then they discontinue after 1 year, we're not gonna know. We've had that before in our code, and I took it out when we adopted the 2018 code because it's not something I'm interested in doing, so.
So here it's saying it's mandated still. He's
Oh,
suggesting it.
is
Encourage.
it?
CR 405.
This is, so this next one is what you're talking about here, Ian?
CO 405.17.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this pertains to, again, commercial buildings only. And if they want to provide so in the credit scheme and the compliance scheme and all that type of stuff, if they want to use renewable energy as one of the means to get the points and the credits that they need to be in compliance, for commercial buildings, they have the option to go off-site to provide that renewable energy. So like think of a solar farm or something like that. Then if someone's gonna do that, then we have these requirements for that. Where we say, and frankly, like I don't know how often we'll see this. I don't know how this is gonna go, but this is only for if a commercial building wants to provide renewable energy somewhere other than the building site itself.
That's never happened.
I think there were some solar farms that tried to happen a while back or something, but what's up with the one at near by the airport?
Yes.
It's online.
It's all,
It's spoken for?
The airport bought all their energy.
Yeah.
Various entities did, yes.
Okay.
So something like that would be where we say, all right, cool, provide us your plan for how you're gonna do that.
Right.
And it's even then still would be like a one-time approval. And then frankly, like if they discontinue the use,
You never-
unless they self-disclose, we're not gonna go audit them.
Typically, when those sorts of things happen, it's a community solar or microgrid, and whether they participate or not, that renewable energy stays on the grid. So even if the company ceases to exist, that renewable energy remains a part of the power pool for the region.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, moving on, we have some more of the language that clarifies what solar ready zones mean on construction documents for commercial occupancies. Again, more of the heat pump specifications for commercial occupancies. Stuff we have in residential provisions, we're just carrying over to the commercial provisions. Any questions? Okay. This is the last part here. So this section here recognizes that there needs to be a couple of changes in the International Residential Code that are driven by the LACC. And what all this is here, again, this is going back to us defining local design criteria for mechanical systems. Okay, so like outdoor dry bulb, what is it? And I need to, we have a bunch of information from the consultants and code cohort. You'll see, I'll have to amend this table and take like the numbers that they've given us here for San Miguel County. Where'd my cursor go? What is happening?
This table has nothing in it.
No, but that's because there's some values down here that need to be plugged in to the table up here. And
Well, further down,
So-
it seems like there's an appendix that has this table filled out.
further down
I don't know, in your PDF.
here. What do you,
In the PDF you sent us, there's like a completed version of this table, I think. With weathering, frost line depth, termites, ice barriers, flood hazards,
Up
all of
here?
it's filled in.
yeah. So this is a climatic and geographic design table. We have to fill this out. Like, so we pick up a code book and look at it. These values are blank. So these are for San Miguel County. The flood hazard, I need to get language from John, and some dates from John when we adopted flood hazard stuff in our land use code, sorry. This manual J design criteria, again, we're going to incorporate some of these. I can't scroll over here, there we go. These design temps for San Miguel County, and we are going to plug them in to these over here. I just didn't do it on this table. There are a couple of numbers I need to pull from the consultants that we're working with and plug those in. What's going on here is the intent here, again, is just to clarify and make sure that we're using standard numbers versus depending on where a mechanical like engineer pulls their data from, they can pull different numbers for there are different numbers available for things like outdoor, winter design, dry bulb, temperature. And so we're going to put in this table the numbers that the engineers have to use when they're designing the systems. So I just haven't filled this table yet. We have the numbers. Do you have any questions about what those will be.
Okay, in terms of the motion, would we need to specify that the table submitted? Would we, the completed table? Or just let that happen? Okay.
So. Let's see. Go. Here, why is this? I'm sorry, I'm copying and pasting a couple of things here.
Okay, well, he's looking at that. So we just had the LECC and then there's a memo from Matt with additional amendments. Is that all gonna be part of one motion? I don't know who I should do.
Yep, so here, I'll just fill this up now. Oops. So. We are adopting a new code cycle entirely, so a bunch of code books plus the LACC. We talked a lot about the LACC today. So what we're looking at, asking you to recommend to adopt is all of these codes that you're about to see here. Trying to make it a little bigger for you, but it's not going.
Yeah, you can't in PowerPoint.
Okay, well,
So I do have a few questions about the other building codes.
okay,
Is now the time to ask them?
yeah.
Okay, so in our PDF, I'm on page 73 of the PDF. This is IBC Chapter 1 Scope and Admin. 109.2 Schedule of Permit Fees. Exceptions. Primary single-family residents get a reduction in fee schedule. Number 3, caretaker units and or accessory dwelling units shall not be eligible for the reduction in permit fees. I wanted to ask about that because specifically as part of the SSR's current activities, we're trying to expand the availability and use of caretaker units and ADUs pretty much across the county. And so why would we not allow them to also have a 75% permit fee? Like, is there a reason number 3 exists?
Yeah, I can't remember why that got in there. Let me go find it here. Hang on. That's been in our code, just for that, I'll say that.
I'm sure it has. I don't think you just invented it, but just since we're looking at it now and moving in the direction we're moving with the SSR, it seems that, especially given that some of the ADUs, you can get a second ADU if it's deed restricted, blah, blah, blah. Why not offer the reduced fee, just like a single family residence?
Great question. Well, I mean, are you all in favor of
Is this where we would address this? Okay, or the separate fees section?
Matt, do you do a separate fee resolution with?
So we have a separate resolution where our fee, like the table 1A, like, and the rates live. We would probably need to amend that as well if we're going to change what is eligible for fee reduction or not. Did that answer your question? It did in my mind, but I don't know if it made sense.
Fees for additional inspections, etc., are calculated per table 1A as adopted by San Miguel County resolution. And for example, I know our planning fees are in a resolution, so if we want to change those, that's what we have to change. I certainly think that in your recommendation, you can put in that you recommend that the fee for caretaker units and accessory dwelling units shall have a permit fee calculated 75% of the required fee schedule. And then, Matt can figure that out for the board and, if that's the right route.
Perfect. That's my thinking. Does anyone else have an opinion?
No, I'm with you on that one.
Makes sense.
That's been something the SSR's talked about, and we ran into the wall of, oh, you can't do that.
But I think right here is exactly where we can do it. Just change the text in number 3.
Just for sake of argument, we're gonna need to change the text in the and we're gonna need to change the text in the resolution that gets adopted for those fees, right, for the commissioner. So while we said this is not necessarily the place in the SSR meeting, I think all of those suggestions are going to be piled into the amendments we'll be cooking for that group as well. So I think it's great that we're kind of getting the overlap here. If we're having this conversation, but we'll be having some continued conversation about other fees, I think, as we continue with SSR work.
Are you suggesting that table 1A has a separate carve out fee for caretaker units and ADUs?
No. But we just have to make both of those documents conform.
Right. Okay. That was that question. Is someone taking notes on this? Do you need notes on that?
I'll go back and listen to it. I was just thinking I could probably add a comment here though and capture.
And then a little bit lower on that, construction hours and noise, 117.3.
And before you go to that, so again, are you effectively proposing just to strike number 3 in its entirety here? Or do you want to change?
Edit number 3 to end the same way that number 1 ends. Shall have the permit fee calculated. So strike out not be eligible, and instead say shall have the permit fee calculated at 75% of the required fee schedule.
And the motion would have to include and all references to the same. Because there's a fee permit schedule and all that other stuff.
So. Okay.
Construction noise. I totally understand that construction activities are allowed between 7 and 6, 7 days a week. Okay, we're fine with that. But the pile blasting or blasting, pile driving, jackhammering and heavy equipment from 7 to 6 Monday through Friday and on Saturdays. I would love to change that. I would say that should only be between 8 and 5 Monday through Friday. Is there a reason we need to expand those hours and days?
So we had, when we incorporated this code, we worked with our board of review quite a bit, and they were largely of the opinion that most of the construction that occurs in the county would just, it's different than working in town, right? And so I think that's the general idea behind expanding the hours for some of these things versus like the town of Telluride and town Mountain Village, what they allow. So where are we?
I mean, yes, in the sense that perhaps you're separated a little further away from your neighbors, but things echo. And you can hear a dog bark from miles.
117.3.
Yeah.
So what is the?
I would suggest that second sentence only be allowed between the hours of 8 AM and 5 PM Monday through Friday.
What do we think, guys?
I would disagree.
You would disagree? Okay.
I think in the summer, trying to make hay while the sun is shining, 7 to 6, is like I would expect to hear some noise until 6.
Well, it's not just construction. I mean, construction can go 7 till 6, 7 days a week. This is for the really noisy stuff.
Yeah, I'm thinking like if you've got your contractor trying to bore through and to bring your power in, me, not a problem. I'm gonna just dig. My neighbor 2 parcels over had a Bobcat jackhammering through. And if they're doing that to bring their electric service to their house.
At 7 AM on a Saturday?
Yeah. I guess I'm less fussed over it, that's all.
Another argument is you restrict the hours, it just takes longer. It's more days. which is more expense. When I think about the expense to a home.
Another day's rental.
Yes, but my kids are at school, not at home playing on the trampoline.
They should learn how to use construction equipment. They can go over. Yeah, it's a tough one, 'cause I don't like hearing noise.
I mean, Two Rivers, we're talking in Two Rivers, we're talking in Blossom Hill. Talking,
In Wrights Mesa, I think we would just kind of, it's part of being out there. So if there's a need in the more contained areas where jackhammering echoes through the canyon, or there's a lot more of that activity on a regular basis, I could see the need for more constraint. But I think in the more wide open areas, there's less of a need for it.
So Matt, this is currently in the code.
This is
right?
currently in the code, yep.
Right.
And I wouldn't advocate, I would not advocate for changing what's in there now, but if this was a change, then I would say.
I was gonna ask, how often do we get noise complaints about construction sites?
Not often. I'm just thinking if there was one when they did put when TSG put the modular homes down in Two Rivers. There was one neighbor that was impacted by some of this stuff. And I don't remember how that was resolved, other than they just got done with their work and eventually they stopped.
That's my argument. That's exactly what I was saying. Get it over with.
Create different requirements on it. Like if it's gonna be months and months of very long construction, we can do something about it.
Yes.
This is more for like,
This is
just
just
little
details.
projects that don't come to us.
Yeah.
So then I
So-
think I'm okay leaving it.
Yeah, in that instance, I recall engaging the contractor and saying, hey, the neighbor is saying that, you know, their pictures on their wall are rattling. And they were within, I mean, it wasn't even out, it wasn't a 7 a.m. on a Saturday or anything. We're just during the day. So they were in compliance with the construction mitigation code in that regard. It's just that it was a tiny lot and they were like chipping away some rock with those big things, you know what I mean? I don't know what they're called. So
well, yeah, just remember that you're about to have a very significant development in the Ilium Valley.
Mhm.
Like next year, probably, or in the coming.
I mean,
years.
it's up to you all. If you want to shave it off by a couple of hours.
Matt, you have any opinion to contribute?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm all right with it as it's written. That's how it's been going, and I think a lot of work happens and progress is made because they can work them. So I think I'm all right with it as written.
My next comment is if blasting is required, you have to notify prior to blasting, but it doesn't say how to notify or how long to notify before blasting.
Yeah, I mean, if there needs to be more in this, I'm totally open to that. I took most of this from what the town of Mountain Village has in their community development code.
Hmm.
And so that's just what I copied. So I don't know a lot about blasting. I'll say I've never blasted.
Our mining section has some language about blasting and notifications. And like,
Yeah, I don't think
who
we get,
defines a neighbor?
yeah, I don't think we get into exactly that. The one thing that I would add here to blasting is also notifying law enforcement.
Yes,
Because 911 is gonna be the one getting the calls about explosions.
it mentions police. I think.
Local fire district.
It's just fire district, but it doesn't
Oh,
say
sorry.
law enforcement or police. And, you know, so that way, the important thing is that dispatch knows about it, so when they start getting phone calls about, oh my gosh, things are blowing up, they can say, yes, we know.
And I think if there's a site project that's gonna be doing blasting, they will have come to us anyway for permit.
Yes,
So we can,
and in that case, we can, you know, sometime. So blasting for construction is not, you know, like a scene out of a Jerry Bruckheimer film.
unless they
there-
do it right.
or they're getting paid extra. Basically what they're doing is if they need to blast rock to build. They're going in, they're drilling, they're inserting their explosives, and then they're putting mats down on top of it. And padding and covering. So while there might be some shaking that is felt, seismically. For the most part, it's a kind of a muffled woof. When it goes off,
They've done this in town, in fact, Pandora. I
yeah,
remember they did a lot of it and it was considered incredible. Now it's common.
yeah.
So.
Yeah, my only comment is, we've got really specific language in our mining section that's more than just notify. It's like who, what, where, when, how.
Well, that's kind of what they do all day long. It's a little different.
Do you think that if, if they notified like law enforcement, that, would that satisfy like legal requirements?
That sounds like a good insight.
Or would they make them aware of any legal requirements?
I don't know if there are any legal requirements, but we're writing the code, and so if you want to notify a neighbor, is that the neighbor immediately adjacent? Is that the neighbor within a 5-mile radius? And so that's what other section of our land use code address.
Well,
Is
it
a
says
neighbor within a
adjacent, and adjacent's generally defined as sharing a common border.
I think we do want to insert law enforcement.
Yeah.
Well, and also the construction mitigation code generally only applies to certain types of properties and projects. So if you look at the general section, like if somebody's building a house in the middle of a 180 acre lot, most of this stuff won't apply to them. So, if you're blasting in Ilium, then you would meet this criteria, you would be required to notify your neighbors, notify the local fire marshal. So, and that came from, again, the discussions with the board of review, like, hey, what are you doing? Like, why are you? I don't need to put a green fence around my house if it's in the middle of my property and it's 40 acres. And you're right, you don't need to. So we made this, so. What else?
Why are we deleting flood loads in its entirety?
Deleting what?
Flood loads.
Because the land use code takes care of floodplain stuff. So we don't have a conflicting language.
The only one I had was 105.2, the 30-foot distance from the primary dwelling. Or and it's in a few of these different sections. Is that tradition, or was there a practical implication?
The exception 1 or exemption 1?
Yes, yeah, just only the 30-foot distance.
That is because of the wildfire resiliency code. The Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. I don't know. Let's see if it's worded properly.
So at 31 feet, it becomes like a forest fire hazard, or?
It's I'd have to go to the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, but it has.
Is it because it's outside of the
Yeah.
design?
Yes.
So it's assuming that within 30 feet, it's within an area you've designed to be safe. And now it triggers a review because you're outside of that.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's
all right,
correct.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Does the ADU placement requirement get involved in this?
We just
So
expanded
there's not a setback or a separation requirement for ADUs. There is a separation requirement for caretaker and secondary dwelling units. Yeah, I know. And that's purely a code thing. That's nothing to do, it's more about, trying to. Not have the impact for the bit, not give the impression of sprawl.
Yeah.
That's why that's there. That has nothing to do with code or anything like that.
So then I guess the only change I would suggest, because of the reasoning for it,
Mhm.
is if our code and everything now requires that the principal building and say a caretaker unit or ADU is also protected per the new wildfire code, that we would expand the envelope to be, however you would say, is easily says it's in a pocket that you guys have looked at for fire resiliency and protection. So for example, if I build an ADU and it has to meet the wildfire resiliency, then. And that's not the principle, then you should be able to put the 200 square foot shed in that same pocket and still meet the spirit of. The reason why there's a 30 foot limit.
Yikes.
So right now, the way it reads, if I have a house.
Yep.
And then 300 feet away, I have an ADU, right? I
30
can
feet?
only
30 feet,
300 feet.
200 feet.
So I'm compliant with our land use code for the placement of the primary
Oh,
dwelling
okay.
and, okay. I can only put my shed inside the protected zone around the primary dwelling. I would suggest that it's changed that I could also put
Oh.
it within that same
I see.
footprint of the accessory dwelling, because it also has the same fire protective range of the primary. Well, that's it, because, yeah,
Isn't there less of a concern for a shed rather than habitable space?
Well, but I'm reading this differently. The structure is not placed less than 30 feet, which means it is placed more than 30 feet. So your shed has to be away from your house.
oh, I'm reading it backwards.
No,
Right?
that's saying. If that happens, and there's a double negative there, we could probably clean that up, but. If you're putting a shed outside of that buffer, it needs a permit,
Why?
because the wildfire resiliency code says.
Has to be assessed for,
It's
fire
outside of the hardened zone.
Yeah.
For your home. So it has to meet the requirements for material for the wildfire resiliency code.
Got
Yeah,
it.
like
So
we
the
got-
play set that I have like 400 feet from
Yeah.
my house has to have a building permit?
Yep.
No.
Yeah, no, it does.
Yep.
According to the wildfire resiliency code, yeah.
Mhm.
A play set?
Yep.
That's what this is.
Plate set, no.
Like house.
Place house,
What is the difference?
you know,
I-
a
so-
structure
well-
that your kids use as a
Is that
playhouse.
what it is currently, or this is?
There, apparently we just.
So we added this weird 30-foot thing is new because of the wildfire resiliency code.
So I'm grandfathered in, thank God.
Yeah,
I mean,
Let it burn, baby.
We should,
Place that would be covered.
I think there should be a way though for people to show that they've done the fire mitigation envelope around a shed or a playhouse or something also.
So that, and I think that's caught in, like, if you permit it, that's when that assessment would take place, right? So that's what I'm saying is the code should read that anywhere that the county is assessed. The building it's adjacent to, it has a protective zone. It can be assumed that if it's within that envelope, it's in a safe place. But if it goes outside of it,
I think the thing is that these are things that you don't have to get a permit for to build more,
that's correct.
which is like the only exceptions, right?
Right,
yeah, so if your department has assessed that an ADU has the perimeter for the wildfire code,
Yeah.
it should also be permitted to be built.
Yeah,
within
yeah,
that
and I
zone.
think we somehow need to change the word here. When I read this primary structure, I'm not thinking of like a
Primary
land use
dwelling.
code definition of primary structure. I'm thinking of like the primary structure relative to the accessory structure
Yeah.
that is serving that. So
Yeah.
if you have a second house that's 300 feet away from a main house, relative to accessory structures, those would both be considered like quote unquote primary, right? If you have a detached garage for the ADU, you have a detached garage for the main house.
Yeah.
Those garages are accessory to those separate buildings.
Would adding.
So they would need to have their own.
Their own
Hard
protected
zones.
space.
Would adding the word associated to before primary structure make it clear that it's any primary structure it's associating with, and not just a primary dwelling, in that case, kind of differentiating it?
I think there's already, you know, if you really settle down and read this, there are so many sideboards on it already. You know, this is for things that are less than 200 square feet.
Right.
So if it's more than 200 square feet, meaning it's, you know, an ADU or caretaker unit or something like that, that's going to have its own permit. So this is just saying that this is work that's exempt from the permit.
Mhm.
If you're putting it within 30 feet of your house and it's under 200 square feet. And it doesn't have utilities going to it, then you don't have to get a permit.
Mhm.
That's,
I think if we're gonna make this change, I'm thinking specifically about Brights Mesa and the way people are used to using their properties,
Yeah.
and I think this is a significant change. So I think if we were gonna do it, we should, for instance, look at waiving a permit fee for such a small structure.
This wouldn't even require a building permit.
Well,
It would have been
it's for
31
more
feet.
than 30 feet. And for example, we just looked at the Lawson Hill development where we had to approve the funky lot. It's like the last lot being built in Lawson. The shed adjacent to, I don't want to say a person's name here, but the shed next door had to be something like 20 or 30 feet from his house at the time. So it's on the lot line. And the new structure is within like 10 feet of it. And they had to move their building wall to be more than 10 feet from this shed that had to be more than 30 feet from the house. So this is like a complete flip flop of what has been
Yeah,
ins-
and
required.
that was a condition that is unique to the Lawson Hill PUD. Because that's where the when, they set up some stuff about setbacks between buildings instead of setbacks to lot lines. Most of the county, we are looking at setbacks to the lot line. And if your neighbor has a non-conforming structure that is too close to the property line, that doesn't mean that you have to be farther back. You still get to measure your setback to your property line. So that's a kind of unique situation.
Well, I guess just to wrap that conversation up, it might be worth looking back at this 30-foot rule and make sure that we're very clear what the wildfire resiliency code requires. Because if it's more than 30 feet from your house, it could be as simple as saying it's gonna burn. Like it's just not part of your protected area. I mean, we have ranches, like Joss just said, we have ranches with outbuildings.
All over the
All over.
loafing sheds.
But zone is just the beginning. I mean, if you're really taking wildfire seriously, you're working out to 100 feet or more.
Yeah.
I,
So this feels weird.
I don't know. I think it's,
Who brought this up? Good job.
Sorry. Apologies.
Um,
Oh, the new guy.
What's the implication if we simply remove the structures not placed less than 30 feet from the primary structure? Do you still get the same, more or less the same protection?
I'm looking at the wildfire resilience code right now, but
Sorry,
I
Matt.
mean, I would be in favor,
It's
for
okay.
instance, of not necessarily they require a permit, but the county has to inspect it or something.
The only way we can inspect is with permit.
Okay, or a permit with no fee would be okay too, if they have to go through the process. I just think to start making it,
Yeah, be on the.
if people are willing to do it in a responsible way, to make it more expensive for them to use their property like that.
Well, let's pause there. What does the building permit do that changes that building? Because it's still gonna have no electric, no plumbing, no anything. It just has to conform with the wildfire resiliency code, right?
Probably has to be built to higher standards, like if you're just building a playhouse. Right
Mhm.
now, you have a certain amount of freedom. It would have to like meet code and stuff in a way that.
Maybe it just has to meet the wildfire resiliency code.
Maybe metal, exterior metal
Building
roof.
permit.
Well, I'm thinking of sheds and stuff too, though. Like maybe instead of saying you need a building permit, we just say it shall meet the wildfire resiliency code. So your shed has hardened sides and a metal roof.
Well, you've just knocked quite a bit of the loafing shed market out that people use.
Through my chicken coop.
Well, like
Mine, I don't have one.
horse sheds, screening. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a lot of stuff that
Man
Is-
caves.
Yeah, man cave. I mean, spread throughout an agricultural property. And you want it spread out, something close to the water, somewhere close to your hay loft, that kind of stuff, so.
Well, and a lot of that's covered under number 14.
Right,
Excluding equine. So, if you have something that's purely a loafing shed, then you don't, it says, it's work exempt from a permit. And it doesn't have any of the wildfire resiliency stuff written in. Not to, discourage people from following wildfire resiliency to those structures. This is really, it's a question that we've always had, that people, have always thought that, hey, it's a shed, I don't have to get a permit. And then we come in and say, yeah, you did need a permit. So we changed the land use code a while back to say, if it's under 200 square feet, not on a permanent foundation, and not connected to utilities, then you don't need a development permit. So this is really trying to get the same thing in code. And yeah, the only real difference here from what we've got in the land use code is that 30 feet. And, you know, is it supposed to be, is not placed more than 30 feet or not placed less than 30 feet? You know, if it's less than 30 feet, it's basically saying, okay, the shed is outside the hazard zone, it's unlikely to ignite the house.
See, now that would make sense. That would make sense if,
And that's the way this is worded.
yeah, if the result of adopting this and our existing land use code allows a shed that's built of flammable materials built outside of the protection zone, it makes sense. If it's the double negative and we're trying to figure it out, then it doesn't make sense.
Well, 30-foot is the protection zone.
Right, so if the county by policy doesn't care if my $200 tuffy shed burns down, as long as it doesn't ignite my house and create an issue in my fire protection zone, then it's fine. So long as this is interpreted that I build or I place a wooden shed 40 feet from my house, it's fine, then this is fine as is, but it reads kind of.
I think I agree that it needs to be worded, so
Okay.
let's,
Say that the floor area is not greater than 200 square feet and the structure is placed at least 30 feet.
Away from, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is the question, is that still compliant with the wildfire resiliency?
so
Yeah, it
I'm
is.
looking here, and I think. Thank you for bringing this up. I believe that when I drafted this, because we went through our current amendments, like today that we have adopted, and we went through the new code and what were drafts of the wildfire resiliency code at the time, and there was at one point like an exemption of certain properties, like of parcels that were like 35 acres or larger, and that ended up going away. And I'm looking here, so let me pull these up here. We're gonna do this. Maura, how you doing? Doing good? Great. All right.
I like the language you suggested, by the way.
I think that clears up, as long as the intent, I think the intention is to not have unpermitted structures really close to the primary structure.
Perfect.
Makes sense to me. And so changing it to at least 30 feet, so not less than 30.
Yeah, except that that's gonna get blown up because what they did when they adopted the wildfire resiliency code is, and I don't know why this is black and I don't know how to change it, but here's work exempt from the wildfire resiliency code. They're using 120, which,
Well, that's.
Greater than or equal to 10 feet from the nearest.
so there's two exceptions here, two different types of exceptions. There's non-habitable structures like tool sheds and playhouses, provided that the floor area does not exceed 120 square feet, and the structure is located greater than or equal to 10 feet. So there's like your playhouse.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's the.
So
the
it's
second
saying
half of
it's
the-
gonna catch on fire, probably.
Don't get your house on fire.
Don't catch your house on fire.
There's matches over there.
But it's tiny
Yeah.
and there's nothing weird in it.
200 square feet come from.
200 is our land use code.
I'll get to that in 1 second. Let's go to 8. So 8 says accessory structures
More than 50.
and buildings classified as utility. So it doesn't reference square footage at all. We're talking utility generally means like detached garages, equipment,
Tractor.
utility. And put some stuff in a building. It's utility building.
Yeah.
So those, if it's located more than 50 feet from a structure containing occupiable or habitable space, then it's exempt from the wildfire resiliency code.
Right.
Not necessarily a permit.
Right.
Okay. So I think we should probably copy and paste these somehow into our, well, no, hang on.
There's some.
You basically copy and
Well-
pasted number 7, you just changed some of them.
So there's some things. You asked a question, Jocelyn, where does 120 feet come from? So forever, in the time of, since the year 2000.
Yeah.
When the International Building Code exempts things smaller than 120 feet, International Residential Code exempts things smaller than 200 square feet.
Okay.
I don't know why. So we've always amended our code to bring the IDC exemption up to 200, so it's, you know.
Mhm.
Now the wildfire resiliency code saying they're taking that 120 square feet and saying, if it's less than that, if it's a little small tool shed or playhouse, then you can build it out of whatever material you want. So not necessarily it's exempt from building permit. What we're trying to do in our other building code amendments is define it further. It's not only exempt from the requirements of the wildfire resiliency code, but you're also exempt from a permit.
Perfect.
So we could probably just copy number 7 over to our international building code amendments and international residential code amendments. There's 200 square feet in the land use code though.
Just call it 200 square feet.
Yeah.
The wildfire.
I can't
resili-
change this.
Well, this is not the wildfire resiliency code. This is our building permit language. If you're in that narrow pocket where you're 150 square feet and you're within 10 feet of your house or whatever, you still have to meet the wildfire resiliency code
Or if you're building a 200 square foot playhouse,
within 5 feet of your house.
you don't need a building permit, but you have to conform with the wildfire resiliency code.
Exactly. So they're two different compliance
okay.
mechanisms.
Mechanism. Wildfire code.
So the wildfire code, this was largely to cover the west end. Said, per the historical level of
Enforcement.
enforcement. That's where this would come in.
Mm.
So it's kind of a owner obligation to follow. But without us having a building permit requirement.
I mean, it's kind of the same with like clearing vegetation around my house. He's not gonna come out and make me do it, but I should.
Well, you would have to if you're getting it permanent.
For a new house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if it's triggered.
True,
through
for a
a remodel.
renovation too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, so if I want to
think-
put in a new wall, I have to clear the trees around my house.
If that wall meets the definition of triggering this code, then yes.
This is
It's a
so
great
good.
one.
Concern is just that we've made a lot of small changes in the last couple of years to the land use code that in essence are kind of gentrifying some of what people can do in the county, where we're less permissive of having trailers and such, even on large properties, and maybe we're making it a little bit harder for them to build small sheds without permits and stuff, and I don't think that works for the whole county. So I just wanna make sure there's not like that creep.
Yeah, I mean, that was one reason why we put that amendment into the code a couple of years ago was. We didn't have that exception in, but everybody thought we did. And so that's why we wrote in the 200 square foot exemption.
Okay.
Saying if it's 200 square feet or less, not on a foundation with no utilities. It doesn't require a development permit. So that was actually what we were trying to do.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I would suggest for this, we just edit 105.21 to say 200 square feet and the structure is not placed. And
Is
the
that
structure
based-
is greater than 10 feet from the primary structure.
Mm.
So I'm gonna copy and paste this language from number 7 and change 120 to 200.
Perfect. Yep, that's beautiful.
Okay. And we're just gonna let the 121 to 199ers self-enforce on the wildfire resiliency code? Says the attorney.
A fully legit thumb.
I mean, I don't know what to do with that. I truly don't know. Well, I mean, unless we change the land use code and make everything 120, which then it's like, what's the point? What kind of tools are you gonna store for building a house in 120 square foot?
It's a closet. It's
Mhm.
10 by 12. Yeah.
Well,
All right.
I think there would, if it became an issue, I think you would say 120 between 10 and 49 feet and 200 or more from 50 feet out. And that would blanket cover all these scenarios from a fire perspective and a permission. And if I'm gonna put my 200 square foot shed within the area that the wildfire code cares about, then I probably need a permit. And maybe the permit is structured that it's just a material check.
Mhm.
That
But-
would be a way to do it.
If that were to come up as an issue in the future, I don't know that we have to start there.
Okay, I gotta go to the same thing down here really quick. Sorry for the scrolling. What else did you guys see? I'm afraid to ask. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not afraid to ask. Bring it.
The hard homes.
I
Nope.
It talks about-
Equipment sheds.
Go for it.
No, we've got,
But please be near a microphone when you do, so Matt can hear you.
Oh, are you going on it? Okay, go ahead. I have another question.
no, we're not there yet. Come back.
you have a-
man.
so you have a question about general building code amendments? Cause your question,
Residential code.
We're postponing his oratorio
home.
on log homes.
Right,
We'll
right.
come back to it.
Brand.
Okay, R 101.2 scope. This talks about 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses not more than 3 stories above grade. What about other residential buildings?
They are covered under the IBC.
Okay, so like Shendoka is covered under that.
Nice.
Okay,
Those
And then-
are R2 occupancies.
okay, so then under that, exceptions, number 1, live work units located in townhouses. What about live work units located in other ownership structures, like condos? Or apartments?
Well, condos can be anything.
That's just an ownership structure,
Exactly, yeah.
which is what a townhouse is also, isn't it?
No, a townhouse is defined, it's defined like building code wise, it's defined what it is and what it is not. You can have,
Having a common wall.
And may or may not be a condo.
and-
right, has nothing to do with ownership.
Okay.
We started using something different. Different terminology than, rather than family dwelling.
Oh, with the SSR?
Housing.
Household. Yeah, just use household instead of family.
Yeah, we could do that, except that it would like, we'd have to go through hundreds and hundreds of pages of every code ever written.
We also amended our land use code to, basically, say that we're uses the word family, we're talking, we're not talking about, related, it's, toes and outs.
Okay.
Do you need some chocolate? Sure.
What else, guys?
I'm done. That's all my questions.
Okay.
Anything else in,
Do you want to say something, Ian? Sorry, it's not my meeting.
this in the blue is, the changed code, right?
In this document, the black is IBC, International Building Code Amendments. The light blue is International Residential Code Amendments. The what? Orange, no, purple. Purple is mechanical code. Yellow is fuel gas code. Orange is existing building code, and light blue, aqua blue is, what do you guys think?
Swimming pool.
Yeah, swimming pool and spa code. Yeah, it is. We're accessing it right now. Well, I
Okay.
can. Okay, what else?
I believe Ian wanted to say something about log homes.
My turn?
It is.
Okay. I was a caretaker for 3 log homes over probably 20 years. I learned a lot about what's good and bad about log homes, and the bad is that say you do I'll give you an example. You do a blower test, door blower test at day 1 before occupancy.
Mhm.
It reads X. Wait a year, all those logs shrink. You can actually see them pressing down on window frames and everything. And then the checks, which are the cracks that go all the way through a log, or can go all the way through from inside to outside. They're letting in more air. You chink it 5 years after it's built. That goes on, it works well for a while.
Mhm.
You can't tell you're losing heat because it's way up there at the top. This is from experience. This is endless, the maintenance. is, well, do people have their house chinked every 5 years? I doubt it. And does it have the code rating that it should, at the end of even 1 year, 5 years, because there's so much shrinkage in this climate? No, it's much lower. So I even got a quote from the owner of one of the houses. He said, my advice, don't ever buy a log home, because that and the other maintenance, like rot, between those two things, he wasn't even concerned about the heat loss. They could pay the bill, but paying me to fix the rot all the time. So that's my story on log homes. And I don't know how you can deal with that, because you're allowed to build a log home here. If you could require that they meet a certain R value or have a break in the logs, they make logs that have grooves and what do you call it? A ridge on the bottom one and a groove on the underneath side of the next one. That's a bit more efficient, but generally they're just terrible in terms of heat retention.
Yeah. So I'm not sure to what extent log homes in our region were subjected to the standard ICC 400 previously. I don't know when that code was created. We could look it up on Google or Google it and see when it came into existence. So I know that ICC 400 has provisions in it for things like settling, things like what the density of your logs and all those types of things, and even how you lay one on top of another. And that's why we've also added the requirement to hit a 2.5 air change per hour blower door test. You know, but I mean, I hear what you're saying. I think probably just like anything, things that were built in the 80s around here and a lot of other rural like type communities, there's probably a pretty low degree of oversight and code compliance in general. And I think we've come a long way. So I feel fairly confident that the log homes that are being built today, first of all, there's really not that many big ones that I've seen. They're all pretty modest in size. We're talking a lot of them under 2,000 square feet. But also just requiring them to be air sealed, you know, and the the measures that ICC 400 provides for like settling and things like that, you know, accounting for it. I think it's a step in the right direction for sure. But I don't particularly have a taste to like try to say you can't build a log home. That doesn't feel right to me, you know.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm suggesting they do something like split the logs, put framing in the middle, or at least a thermal break, some sort. You could put foam between the logs too, so.
Well, and we have the same beyond a 5,000 square foot log home, we've amended the code to say if you're gonna build a big log home of that size, then you have to meet that performance design, which in theory, the idea is with the performance design and the compliance software for energy code, if you can make the numbers work in that software, like you could theoretically design a wall with no insulation, but then offset that in another part of the home and so that's kind of how we would say do that with logs, you know? So anyway.
And I feel like I have to give a quick rebuttal to that. My father sent me to college on a career of building log homes. And so just as a rebuttal, I must say, there are many different types of log homes. They're kit built, there are milled, there are what my father did, which were custom scribed. And if you custom scribe a log home, blow foam into the voids between the logs and chink them, they can provide quite a bit of thermal mass. And depending on where you live, the thermal mass can be extremely effective. They are also a natural resource. They don't require oil and gas for steel framing. They're logs that exist in the world. They can last for hundreds of years. In some cases, we see that out in the hillsides of Telluride. But they do require maintenance, just like anything.
Yeah, the code can't encompass all those different things. They can't revisit your home after 10 years.
It's true.
Yeah, you know,
What I'm getting at is that initially they look fairly good, and then it goes downhill from there.
Yeah.
right.
So, and I can appreciate good quality workmanship, and I didn't see it in the houses I was working in.
Okay,
All right, I'm gonna pull up the sample motion for you all to look at. As soon as I can get text a little bit.
Who's voting today? I came in late, so is it,
Yeah.
Spread out.
Be voting.
and then Matt's still online?
Yes, Matt.
she came in late for the work session.
No, it's whoever's present at when the meeting's called to order. So,
I'm perfectly fine with that. It's okay.
Yeah, we have a quorum anyway.
So this sample motion incorporates that previous square footage threshold discussion we had.
Are you gonna
So-
display that and show us?
Yes. Sheesh. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, I spoke with Kim during a little break and got it to where what you all had considered made sense in the motion, so
Where do we include things like changing the R value and the language we just changed with respect to the 30 feet from the house? Often
Well-
Kay will give us like a sample motion and say with these edits and it'll.
so
Hey, man.
based on my notes, you need to add two more things here. One is to allow the credit for fee credit for caretaker and for caretaker and ADUs
Yeah.
to match that of the primary dwelling,
That's 109.2.
you know, with any necessary amendments to the fee resolution. And then amending 105.2 to use the wildfire resiliency code language, but change the square footage to 200.
So I made all of those changes on the fly on that document, except for the language regarding the fee, 75% fee.
Yeah, just, you know, for record keeping, you know, we have what's in the packet that came to
Okay.
the planning commission. And so now in your motion, it would be helpful to have that and then just say, you know, match the ADU and caretaker fee to the primary. And then use the wildfire resiliency code language regarding exempt secondary accessory structures, but change 120 square feet to 200 square feet.
And then I also had 117.3 add law enforcement to the notification list.
Correct.
I know Matt did put on, at least you tagged him with comments.
Mm.
Is it safe from a motion to say, and as amended and presented, to sweep any of those minor edits here?
So you could say, I move to and, you know, down through LECC and, you know, with the 4 amendments as discussed today.
And any additional clerical errors made or corrected?
Now, that's goes without saying.
Okay, perfect. All right.
I didn't. Kim.
And then we'll
So
clean that up.
good lord.
Matt, thank you for walking us through all this. I know it's a lot.
Yeah.
I know we're asking questions that you didn't have time to prepare for.
It's okay. That's why we took a little more time to discuss things. It's all good.
Well, and I, for one, am so grateful that you had the work session this past summer. I think we
Yeah.
already had another work session,
Yeah.
consultant presentation. That was awesome. Just to help us wrap our brains around all this.
Yeah, if we had dove into this cold, we'd be here for another week.
Yeah. Fletcher was there the last time,
Yeah.
between the two of you guys.
Is that? I just added and including the 4 additional amendments discussed during the meeting as noted by staff for presentation of DOCC.
Beautiful.
Sweet.
And Matt can detail those in a memo to the BOCC.
Yeah.
Like, these are the things that changed, we did it live during the meeting. So there's a record of packet to packet, what language actually changed.
And then for their packet, you have the changes in there.
Yep.
So they actually see what they're approving.
Yes, yeah.
Those are highlighted or something.
No.
No, I'll write a memo that kind of captures the discussion and itemizes the exact things that you express a desired change. And I will reflect those changes in the amendment PDFs so that they can see where they are. That's my plan.
And they'll have 2 witnesses there who.
Yeah, when we, so when we go to the BOCC, we have the same type of packet with the report, but we add a section called Planning Commission Action.
Mhm.
And it'll say on this date, the Planning Commission by a vote of recommended this with these conditions. And so then they can see them all.
Okay, if you're comfortable and you're comfortable, then we're comfortable. Who would like to make a motion?
I don't know if I can.
You can move.
Okay.
You can make
Okay.
a motion.
I will move that the San Miguel County Planning Commission recommend that the Board of County Commissioners adopt the following building and energy codes. 2024 IBC, 2024 IRC, 2024 IMC, 2024 IFGC, 2024 IEBC, 2024 ISPSC, 2024 LECC. Along with the proposed local amendments as presented by staff and including amendments in the regional amendment package that changed the large home size criteria from 5,000 square feet to 3,600 square feet, and including the 4 additional amendments discussed during the meeting and as noted by staff for presentation to the BOCC.
So moved.
A second.
Ian seconds. Hey, Matt, we're gonna go to you first. Okay. Nice and succinct.
Yeah.
We're not charging you by the word then.
No, yeah, I mean, I can add context to it, but I think all the discussion
Yeah,
made sense and was informative, so
okay,
nothing more to add.
fair enough.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nice work.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Maura. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Tom, today as well.
Okay, any further business? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You can. Okay.
I don't
Aye.
get to vote. Should I say no?
All right, we're done. Thanks, guys. Well done. So September 13, is that?
We should probably clarify the rules.
September
Yeah, I was gonna say.
13th is Sunday.
I had, the longest meeting I ever had was 4 sketch plan reviews, 4 public hearings. Oh, it was 4 public hearings, 4 sketch plan reviews, and 5 code amendments.
In one day?
We started at 6 and we got it at 11:30.
Why did you do it all in one day?
The code stuff we needed to get done just because we were doing a ton of cleanup on